What the fuck? Yo, can you guys see me? Oh shit. I'm sorry guys. I didn't know it was disconnected. My apologies. Um well fuck, I've been ranting to myself. Someone just asked if I went outside today. Hope it was a good rant. Kind of, yeah. I just said I'm charging my phone. Some housekeeping shit is I bought a whiteboard. Every day I'm gonna put what day of the stream it is and what the challenge of the day is behind me and the ticker. Um, I also ordered two mobile chargers, so charging my phone 24/7 won't be a pain in the dick like it currently is. And hopefully, right now I'm charging my phone. That's why it's horizontal instead of vertical. First world problem, if you will. Yeah. And tonight I'm gonna be on my fucking grind, and we are going to send it. I want to start eating healthy tomorrow, so I'm gonna get on X Live after my phone gets some charge, and then I'm gonna chug this bottle of syrup at some point. So you guys get to witness that probably, because tomorrow I want to be healthy. Might have a heart attack. I don't know. We'll see. Holy shit, 2,400 calories. That is disgusting. Enough sugar to fucking euthanize a donkey. But yeah, there's some good ones in the TG. Yeah, dude, those clips are great. Whoever did that, thank you so fucking much. We need those, and honestly, we need a TikTok account. I'm gonna add that to my list. Yeah, we do need to find clips. Does anyone like me shotgunning the beer was clippable? I'm trying to think what makes it easiest, but we need to figure out a system to kind of always have clips, you know? And I'm gonna figure out TikTok live and X live on Restream. I think what's nice about that too is if I do X live through Restream, every time I get something fucking, like a notification on my phone, it won't kill the stream. I think it'll be like YouTube and Kick, where right now I'm just using studio.restream.io and it kind of goes black for you guys when I bounce in between shit. I mean, dude, at some point it would probably make sense for me just to buy a different iPhone for this shit. Um, but that's probably when I get a new laptop at 1 million. Because until then, we're broke motherfuckers. I don't know. The amount of times I've said motherfucker since we started this little rendezvous or this endeavor is quite alarming. I don't know. I remind myself of Hank Moody on Californication. Like he always just says motherfucker. And I don't know what I'm trying to prove here. Let me make this phone call really quick. Then, yeah, boy shall return. Okay, cool. 23 viewers, fuck. I need to get some music playing. Don't I? Damn, there's a fire in La Jolla, which is in San Diego. Shit sucks. Yes! I'm so crazy right now. I mean, I'll do it right now again, but it was just the picture. People act like you could get my passport number and shit. Beer shotgun clip, cool. Thank you. All right, is someone recording? I'll just do. I can kind of fake the passport thing again. If I show my passport, is someone able to record it? Once I get that new computer, I'll just record all these streams. Oh, it auto records. Fuck yeah. All right, my name is Brett McGinn. I have literally nothing to hide. There's my fucking passport photo. I'm doxxed, motherfuckers. All right, there it is. Trying to decide if I should eat chicken or just fucking take Adderall. I guess like the stupid shit I say throughout the day too could be clipped. Like that was a pretty absurd thing to say. Should I eat or should I fucking take Adderall? I'm a 25-year-old man, and that's the kind of decisions I'm making. We found love in a hopeless place. Cooking? Why? What do you think I was doing? Always take a bite of the butter. Low carb. Haha, no. I think I am going to do the maple syrup later tonight, though. I need to charge this motherfucker. Well, I mean, I took a bite of it. Yeah, I always do that. I didn't eat the entire stick though. I'm crazy. I'm not that crazy, man. Yeah, I know. We'll get one. I also have a videographer friend. Hell yeah, love that dude. I also have a videographer friend if there's anything I need him to film for me. Is eating raw chicken bullish, or should I cook it? Cook that shit. Yeah, fair. Hey, no. You know I've got to add that fucking jalapeno. Show us your social. You're funny. You can never have too much mayonnaise. Yeah, it's like your penis. It's not always going to be the same size based on how hard your erection is. but you know it's not going to go inward. Like this isn't going to go to 0. You know what I mean? Told you mayonnaise and hot sauce on everything. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I appreciate that. Thanks for tapping in and saying that, man. By the way, I cooked the chicken. Holy shit. This fucking chicken and rice I just made is so elite. All right, camera off while I eat. Actually, I might leave it on for this one. Fuck it. So I probably need to categorize the YouTube videos and shit.
Your arms are my castle, your heart is my sky. They wipe away tears that I cry. The good and the bad times we've been through them all. You make me right when I fall. 'Cause every time we touch, I get this feeling, and every time we kiss, I swear I could fly. Can't you feel my heartbeat fast? I want this to last. Need you by my side. 'Cause every time we touch, I feel the static, and every time we kiss, I reach for the sky. Can't you hear my heartbeat? So I can't let you go. Want you in my life.
Do you guys think I need to do a spaces on a daily basis? Yeah, you're right, dude. Do you think? I'm just curious. Do you think that's the best best place to talk about like kind of like the admin shit, or do you think VC? I just need to be mindful of spaces like people trying to take it over and talk about shit that doesn't matter. But that's on me. Chubbs. And with spaces, do you think like organize one big space a day, or leave it open and let people come and go as they choose, or as they please? Sujan? TikTok 100%. Once we get those fucking edits, dude, I'll set that up right after this. Wait, we're kind of mooning. Not mooning, but damn, our market cap is easily influenced, huh? So I think the admin stuff is good for the spaces so that the whales can see the plan. Oh, dude, I'll do that tonight. I might puke because I've kind of eaten a lot today, but hey, be nice to your brother, Chubby. I love you, buddy. I love you, silly boy. All right, let me make the TikTok account right now. Whether to throw your $10 for what? Oh. Staring at the blank page before you open up the dirty window. Let the sun illuminate the words that you could not find. Reach you for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. You got a kick out of what? Habanero weak as hell too, bro. It was a jalapeno, man. Dude, I think what I think is so funny is the stream got switched to the category just sleeping. Like that creeps me out. Like there's this fucking kick mods just monitoring everything I do. Yeah, dude. Motherfucker snores so loud. Oh, I mean, I drank. If I drink, I definitely snore. That's fucking embarrassing. I probably just snore anyways. Planting trees, feeding homeless is dope. Yeah, I do. As we grow this, I do want to do like a, better cause kind of thing. Hell yeah, dude, that'd be sick. But yeah, that's a really good idea. I love camping. 100 sacks of garbage alone? We could do like a beach cleanup or something. 100 sacks of garbage. Get bit by a beer. I do want to do like Jackass type stuff to some degree. Like, dude. One thing I really want to do, I've talked to my friends about this. If we get a real budget, like go to fucking Oklahoma and do like a fucking tornado chasing tour. That would be so sick. Can you imagine if we did a storm chasing? Like, have you seen those things? The Nelk Boys did it. They literally like go to the eye of the fucking tornado with these experts. Maybe we do like some contest where like 10 community members do it. Exactly, dude. That would be so sick. But and like the wing walking, I don't know if you saw that, but it's basically like a plane. Yeah, dude. Tornadoes are arguably the scariest natural disaster, in my opinion. Yeah, 100%. I want to do good. Um, I kind of have that personality, like help others, and you know, I don't know, just big like on karma and shit. Hurricanes are wicked, yeah. I mean, dude, these fires, like, who would have thought they could wipe out areas that, I mean, obviously wildfires are wildfires, but to take out like an entire city, it's just like the apocalyptic vibe of it. Fuck, I'm burning up. Let me open a window. Somebody said they want to buy me a stripper and have her like come and give me a lap dance. I think that would be funny. One thing I appreciate that, Isaac. Likewise too. Like I appreciate you telling me what you're thinking too. Um, oh, someone said they want to hire a stripper for me. I think I just said that. Fuck, I had. Oh, that's something too. Like, I don't know if you think about it. Our project's different, so like marketing doesn't always have to be like, oh, let's get Dex ads and Dex boosts. Like maybe one time it is like, let's buy a girl to come give Brett a lap dance and we can film it and get a good clip from it. Or I mean, depending on how big this gets and what kind of budget we have, like, oh, let's send 10 people to fucking Tornado Alley and do like a storm chase, like a fucking community storm chase. Or like the beach cleanup, like you said, it can be good too. But the bigger the shit gets, the more shit we can do. I posted the passport, so let's definitely grade that. We're getting some buys, guys. We're back up to 73. Sorry, I know I say like I don't like talking about price tag. Fuck, I've been on mute. My bad. Um, I was just saying, like, all those other streaming coins, they fucking, they ripped up to multi-millions. I think so, anyways. I don't really know. I think that Cud City or whatever maxed out at 500K. But when I manage musicians, like, you almost don't want to hit song too soon. Like, you want to get your live show down. You want to have some touring experience. That way it's not like building a house without a foundation. And that's what I feel like we're doing. Like right now we're laying fucking, it sounds corny as fuck, but we're laying brick by brick, like we're building the foundation. That way when we do get that elevated, that heightened exposure or that whale that wants to ape in, like they're gonna feel a lot more comfortable doing so because they'll see like, oh, this is a house that's built to last. It's got a foundation. Like that's a true floor. It's not, it didn't rip up to fucking 5 million and then crumble apart a day later. But I do think, you know, I don't like to focus too much on the like chart talk and all that shit because at the end of the day, I've got to focus on making the project as good as it can be. And I think, as long as we kind of have a plan and stick to it to some degree, that's gonna really determine what makes us successful. But with that being said, there is important shit. Like as we grow, we'll need a whale chat and those people need to discuss like how to support the chart during dips and shit. Do I paint? Uh no. I wish I could. Um I'm not artistic in that way, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, Bob Ross is a G. That's not a talent of mine, unfortunately. I wish it was. Yeah, hit the raid in the Telegram. It's not a bad idea. Dude, I'm so embarrassed that the fucking camera was on while I was like, I sent one of those to one of my friends, and they're like, "Dude, you look like a gay guy ready to suck a dick with that fucking burrito in your mouth." Um, and then I realized it was on stream, which is very embarrassing.
Thing. I don't know when what it was, but I knew I had something. And let me tell you this: if you've made it through addiction or mental illness, you have something. Because a lot of people
I am.
don't. If you are still kicking today, battling those demons, you have something. Because a lot of people didn't wake up today because they couldn't make it. They couldn't cut it, and you fucking did. So you have when what it was. But I knew I had something. And let me tell you this: if you've made it through addiction or mental illness, you have something.
Oh, you're in recovery of what you mean, like drug or alcohol recovery? I would assume. Yeah, sorry, I was just watching a clip that, like, dude, I don't even get to do the things I mean, I'm sure I'll figure it out as time goes, but I haven't like scrolled Instagram or fucking TikTok since we started this stuff. Feel like I don't know what's going on in the world. Damn, dude, that's awesome that you realized you had a problem and did something about it. Okay, I'm gonna make this TikTok account. Um, and then you guys can clip X Live, yeah? You think I should do the syrup on X Live, yeah? Yeah, I need. Once we hit a milli, dude, I'm getting a new laptop. I'm getting a new phone. I'm getting whatever else I need. That's not true. I'm getting a new car at 10 million, I think. I think someone said they'll buy me a car when we hit 10 million. Might have been 100 million. I really don't fucking know. But it was an Audi, so that might be tomorrow. I'll take that fucking car tomorrow, dude. Tired of walking. I think tomorrow I'm gonna try to run 10 miles. I need to think all of that out. And I also need to make one more phone call. Give me a sec. I'm back. I'm peeing. Dude, if we hit 10 million tomorrow, I would literally go buy an Audi on stream. Used cash, of course. It's not get ridiculous. Oh, that's another thing too. Sorry, you know, I kind of am a delusional optimist, and I don't know when the mind races. Like we could do significant things for people in need. Like maybe get to know someone that's struggling that, might be displaced, or go help someone that was affected by the fires. I mean, we can do any of that shit. I love doing stuff like that. All right, I'm gonna jump in the Telegram really quick. Actually, I'll wait till I'm at my computer. I just need to figure out. Do you guys think it's in my best interest to get on X Live? We seem to have some volume coming in. I wanna I wanna do the syrup tonight because I don't wanna be fat starting tomorrow. Um, and tomorrow we're gonna be too busy buying fucking cars and shit. Look, dude, this is what I want to do. It for those of you that didn't see it, this shit's insane. So basically, that's kind of a bad picture. I don't know what this fucking psychotic girl's doing, to be honest. Oh, here we go. So what you do is they basically you stand like on the fucking plane wing, and there's like a seat there, and you're strapped in, but you basically fly, and they do like fucking circles with the fucking plane. It's called wing walking. I want to do that on stream. You can do it in Washington. This has been a dream of mine. Like I want to go fucking stand on a plane and fucking fly. Do you have plans fixed for Asian publicity to get the right prospect of whales loading? Do you mean like when I'm talking when shit? I met you in the summer, to my heartbeat sound. Man, I got cotton mouth like a motherfucker. All right, I'm gonna jump on X Live. I'm gonna plan to kind of build up a little audience and then fucking down some fucking maple syrup, I guess. I just need to confirm that you guys can record the X Live. Anyone know? All right, well, Google does. I'll fucking ask Google. I guess. Yeah, it seems like. Wait, this isn't right. We fell in love. As the leaves turn brown. And we could be together, baby. As long as skies are blue. Yeah, I'm so innocent now. But you lied so soon. When I met you in the summer. Guys, we gotta hit these raids. They're taking way too long.
This is crazy, but here's my number. So call me,
Baby.
I threw a wish in the well. Don't ask me, I'll never tell. I looked at you as it fell, and now you're in my way. I traded my soul for a wish, pennies and dimes for a kiss. I wasn't looking for this, but now you're in my way. Your stare was holding, ripped jeans, skin was showing, hot night wind was blowing. Where you think you're going, baby?
Oh, I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number, so call me, baby. Hey,
It's hard to look back.
that's you, baby. But here's my number, baby. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number, so call me, baby. Oh, the boys try to taste me, but here's my number, so call me, maybe. You took your time with the call. You took your time with the call.
You gave me nothing at all.
All right, I'm gonna start X Live.
At first sight and it's real. I didn't know I would feel it, but it's in my way. Your stare was holding, ripped jeans, skin was showing, hot night wind was blowing. Where you think you're going, baby? Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number, so call me maybe. It's hard to look back. to be free, but here's my number. So call me maybe. Hey, I just met you. This is crazy. But here's my number. So call me maybe. And all the other boys try to chase me. But here's my number. So call
Okay, you guys can see me on Kick. Yo. All right, so tell me what I just did on. Sorry, tell me what I just did on Kick. Oh, is this bullish? Yep, peace sign you. Cool. Do you think I need to get this? I guess I can make the TikTok account later, and once you clip it, just fucking upload the clip, yeah? All right, we're going to listen to 2 more songs, and then I'm chugging the syrup. Either you're here or you're not. Either you're first or you're last. Either you're hot or you're not. Bullish layout, fuck yeah. How about this song, Bullish? Oh shit. You see my unibrow hairs? So bullish, so catchy. In my way, your stare was holding, ripped jeans, skin was showing, hot night wind was blowing. Where you think you're going, baby? Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but I'm gonna chug this entire bottle of bottled syrup. At you, baby, but here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but I've been streaming for the last 3 fucking days. It's hard to look right. Everybody else is rugging, but here we are, not ruggy. You took your time with the call, you took my time with the fall, you gave me nothing at all, but still you're in my way. I beg and borrow and steal, at first sight and it's real, I didn't know I would feel it, but it's in my way. Your stare was holding, ripped jeans, skin was showing, hot night wind was blowing. Where you think you're going, baby? Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but I'm gonna chug this entire bottle of syrup. It's hard to look right at you, baby, but here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number, so call me maybe. And all the other boys try to change me, but here's my number. And 50 rugs. Who's a piece of shit? Monkey! Who's a piece of shit? Monkey! Before you came into my life, I missed you so bad, and you should know that. So call me on. It's hard to look right at you, baby, but here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but I'm gonna chug this entire bottle of syrup. This man hard. Before you came into my life, I missed you so bad. I missed you so bad. I missed you so, so bad. Before you came into my life, I missed you so bad.
Not working hard. Yeah, right. Picture that with a Kodak. Or better yet, go to Times Square, take a picture of me with a Kodak.
All right, 2 more songs, then I'm chugging it. And if you say you don't like Pitbull, you're fucking lying to yourself.
I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight.
I actually want to play a song.
Grab somebody sexy, tell them hey.
I love this song so fucking much.
I hear your heart beat to the beat of the drums. Oh, what a shame that you came here with someone. So while you're here in my arms, let's make the most of the night like we're gonna die young. We're gonna die young. We're gonna die young.
Let's make the most of tonight like we're gonna die young. 22. I am gonna chug this entire bottle of syrup, and there's only 23 fuckers in here. 22.
Minds running till we out of time. Wild child looking good, living hard just like we should. Don't care who's watching when we tearing it down.
You know
that magic that we got, nobody can touch the show. Looking for some trouble tonight. Yeah, take my hand, I'll show you the wild side. Like it's the last night of our life. We'll keep dancing till we die. I hear your heartbeat to the beat of the drums. Oh, what a shame that you came here with someone. So while you're here in my arms, let's make the most of the night like we're gonna die young. We're gonna die young. We're gonna die young. Let's make the most of the night like we're gonna die young. Let's make the most of the night like we're gonna die young. Lungs taking shots, stripping down the dirty socks. Music up, getting hot. Kiss me, give me all you got. It's pretty obvious that you got a crush. You know that magic in your pants, it's making me blush. So show. Looking for some trouble tonight. Yeah, take my hand, I'll show you the wild side. Like it's the last night of our life. We'll keep dancing till we die.
Alright, I'm gonna chug it when this song ends. Clip boy, you better be fucking ready.
I hear your heartbeat to the beat of the drums. Oh, what a shame that you came here with someone. So while you're here in my arms, let's make the most of the night like we're gonna. I hear your heartbeat to the beat of the drums.
Oh, what a shame that you came here with some other dickhead. I keep seeing Kesha on Raya. You haven't matched him. Let's make the most of the night like we're gonna die young. Alright. This is a good song. I'll fucking rip some syrup to fucking chain smokers. Alright, clip guy.
I was doing just fine before I met you. I drink too much and that's an issue, but I'm okay.
Oh, clip guy, you ready?
Hey, you tell your friends it was nice to meet them.
Okay.
I never see them.
Once the song picks up. Actually, I know what I'll do it to.
I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city and I broke down crying.
Oh, yeah. Anyone know this one? We'll let it build up a little bit. 28 people. I'd like to see 50, but I'll fucking chug a bottle of syrup for 28 people. I don't give a fuck. Doses and what? Mimosas, motherfuckers. I don't even like syrup that much. It's too fucking
Don't
sweet.
get me started, love. I've had too much to drink. Had too much time to think. So leave me alone.
This song's so fucking good.
Crying when you're by yourself. Cause of what they think
I think, yeah, no lid, right? Gotta do no lid.
about you. Next time, go slow, slow, slow. Yeah. Next time, go slow, slow, slow. Slow. Something's gotta give soon.
or I'm gonna lose it. Substance abusing and never come down.
All right.
Fall off the deep end and forget my English.
I might puke. I might not. Anything for the viewers.
If you don't say what you feel,
All right.
all the bitch assholes that hate me the most. Oh yeah, I hate you too. To all the punk ass bugs that just wanna talk shit, I hate you too. To all the high class ass that's too hard to pass. Oh yeah, I hate you too. Doses and mimosas, champagne and cocaine. How you get me through? In the morning, and I'm skipping breakfast and drinking a beverage to ignore it all. Cause ignorance is bliss, and I've come to embrace it. It's all overrated, except drugs and alcohol.
Pretty good. Buttered Brett. Buy Restream coin. Drink buttered syrup. Buy Restream BS coin. So I missed a bit. Wait, you got it, right? No comments. I just fucking chugged an entire bottle of syrup and no one on X Live has anything to say. Holy shit. Buy BS coin. I'm live streaming. I'm doing crazy shit every day. But more importantly, we're just having fun, living life, getting to know each other, you know? The bigger this gets, the more shit we can do. Brett chugs syrup. Someone clipped 7 soul. Nice. Buy Brett Stream coin. BS. It's called BS. Is the ticker. BS. Just chug this in. Well, I guess I fucking missed a little. My stomach is absolutely fucked right now. That was pretty gross. The diet starts tomorrow, though. Good thing you clipped. Okay, we got the clip. I need to make a TikTok account right now. Oh, he already got the clip. Put it in the telly.
You're alright, but I'm your darling to enjoy the party. Don't get too excited, cause that's all you get from me. Hey, yeah, I think you're cute, but really you should know. I just came to say hello.
Uh-oh, guys. Time for another Brett McGinn favorite.
I got this feeling on the
summer day when you were gone. I crashed my car into the bridge. I watched, I let it burn. I threw your shit into a bag and pushed it down the stairs. I crashed my car into the bridge. I don't care. I love it. I don't care. I got this feeling on the summer day when you were gone. I crashed my car into the bridge. I watched, I let it burn. I threw your shit into a bag and pushed it down the stairs. I crashed my car into the bridge. I don't care.
I already drank the stuff if you could show me.
I don't care. You're on a different road. I'm in the Milky Way. You want me down on earth.
Diet starts tomorrow.
In space. You're so damn hard to please. We gotta kill this switch. You're from the 70s, but I'm a 90s bitch. I love it.
Fuck. I can't.
I love it. I got this feeling on the summer day when you were gone. I crashed my car into the bridge. I watched, I let it burn. I threw your shit into a bag and pushed it down the stairs. I crashed my car into the bridge. I don't care. I love it. I don't care. I love it. I love it. I don't care. I love it. I don't care.
TikTok lives. Yeah, I need to. I'm gonna make the TikTok.
I'm in the Milky Way. You want me down on Earth, but I am up in space. You're so damn hard to please. We gotta kill this switch.
I can't see it. I don't know how to. I can't copy and paste that. Here, let me type it into my browser. Okay, I just typed it. Let me swatch it. Yeah, that's good. Oh, and I can download that? Yeah, that's sick.
When did you turn so cold? You caught me down to the bone. Ay, oh, wanna sound like me.
There we go. I didn't want the remix.
Oh, with my own way animated. I'm your favorite reference, baby. Call me Debbie, yeah, you're so inspired. Tectonic moves and make them shock you like the defibrillators. No style, I can't relate. I'll always be the one. Drop down, yeah. The camera flash on. So stylish. Baby, tears are gone. Drop down, yeah. Looking like an icon.
Fuck yeah, thank you. Appreciate you. I'll see you on the next one, dude. Enjoy work, wherever you work. And wherever you're at. 'Cause it's like, it's nighttime in America. Either you work a grave shift or you're somewhere else. Probably not.
That city suits, lots of vibe, internationally recognized. I set the tone, it's my design, and it's stuck in your mind. Legacy is underrated. You gon' jump if AG made it. If you love it, if you hate it, I don't fucking care what you think. Drop down, yeah. The camera flash on.
South Africa, wow. I did a boga in Johannesburg. or outside of Johannesburg, but I love South Africa. I got this tattoo in South Africa. The elephant. I went to a Kruger National Park. Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Hell yeah, that's an appropriate response. Hell yeah.
It's like when I get to the I don't wanna share the space.
I love Charlie XCX. I'll be right back. I need to post that clip.
George says I'm just paranoid. Says you just don't see it. You're so naive. I'm embarrassed to have it, but need the sympathy, 'cause I couldn't even be here if I tried. I'm opposite on the other side. I feel like feelings of no control. Oh no, all the sympathy is just tonight. But I can't even grip my teeth alive. I feel like feelings of no control. Oh no, why I wanna buy a gun? Why I wanna shoot myself? Volatile at war with my dialogue.
Thank you, Cameron.
I'd say that there was a God if they could stop this world voice tearing me
All right.
apart.
Dude, my stomach's fucked. That was pretty stupid. So today I walked in a monkey suit all around town. Um, 1 miles backwards in a monkey suit. And chugged a bottle of syrup. And now I feel like absolute dog shit. Stop, Bijan. Stop. Okay, 1 second.
It's so confusing sometimes to be a girl. It's so confusing sometimes to be a girl. How do you feel being a girl? How do you feel being a girl? And I don't know, I'm just a girl.
Dude, I might need to lay down after that coffee syrup or maple syrup. Coffee syrup, and I'm mentally challenged.
Sometimes it feels a bit awkward because we don't have much in common. People say we're alike, they say we've got the same hat. We talk about making music, but I don't know if it's honest.
And honestly, like tonight, I kind of want to watch a podcast that you guys can obviously watch with me. But I need to lay down because my stomach feels like shit. Oh, man. But we got the clip. And tomorrow morning I'll wake up and grind my ass off.
You're all about writing poems, but I'm about throwing parties. Think you should come to me.
to attract. Maybe we're so meant to be, just you and me. Cause people say we're alike, they say we've got the same hair. One day we might make some music, the internet would go crazy, but you might still wanna see me falling over and failing. At least we're closer to being on the same page. It's so confusing sometimes.
Be a girl. All right, I'm gonna brush my teeth. Fuck, my stomach's fucked.
I might say something stupid, talk to myself and
Now I got a vibe that's gonna pick us up. Get ready for some upbeat energy.
Come on, dogs. Fuck. Can't wait to get skinny again tomorrow. I might run far. Obviously, you guys are invited. Oh. Ah. Done.
change my meds, change the flight, bodies on, bodies on, body care, only fair, features bad, only fair.
My tummy.
Play it like a heart attack for you. We play it like a heart attack against all New Jersey's finest New Yorker. Music orders, some guy playing orders, but I'm wearing a heart attack, baby. I'm like you freedom heart attack.
Sick, we got someone from fucking South Africa in here. Oh, my stomach is beyond fucked. I wish I could just poop and feel better. I love some saxophone in that fucking song. Good night, Gooner. See you tomorrow. Today someone made a picture of me bald, and I sent it to my friends, and they said I was hideous looking. Some people like really want me to fucking go bald for this project. There's nothing I would like to do less than that. Going bald is one of my biggest fears. My dad's bald. My grandpa's bald. I don't know what the obsession with like people knowing love for projects is. All right, yeah. So I'm going to watch a podcast. It's about Kyle Forgard and the Nelk Boys, who are perhaps douchey, but I don't know. I think he's like a marketing genius. He talked with Chris Williamson, and I would like to watch the discussion. I need to make that TikTok account.
Kobe's mother and father just sold his NBA championship ring. They just sold it. Why? Because they need capital to live. They're elders. They need some money. From what I've heard, Vanessa Bryant ain't giving them a dime. Kobe Bryant left her almost $1 billion. And you mean to tell me that you don't have enough decency, enough respect to float Kobe Bryant's mother and father $1 million? Even if it's one time, or even if it's one time. I don't really like y'all. I don't really mess with y'all. Y'all son told me not to be bothered with y'all, but because you are his parents, because he would have never existed without you, because if y'all don't give birth to Kobe Bryant.
Brookstream. She's flashing at 5 million. Flashing 5M. No, it's all good. I don't think you're shilling. I'll check it out. Am I checking it out to like see tits?
True.
All right, let's see. Apparently there's some girl showing her tits at 5 million or something, which sounds so stupid. I showed my butt at about 54K, just saying. Damn, it's at 380. Fucking degens, man. Oh, pig. You got shit all over. Ugh. So this girl that's flashing her tits or whatever looks just like the Cash Me Outside girl from Dr. Phil. I forget what her name is. But yeah, I'm going to watch a podcast, guys. You're obviously more than welcome to join. I think that girl's name's what? Bad Rabbit or Rabby Bay? Maybe you'll enjoy the fucking podcast. It's just every once in a while I want to do something for me too, you know? Hopefully you guys like it. Hopefully you're fucking watching it. Let's look at this girl's boobs, I guess, really quick. Is she doing anything before boob? Oh, chart watching, real original. Here's the chart. Did she rug or is it frozen? What's going on here? Well, it's a good sign that streaming's fucking popular. Damn, she has a lot of followers. I watch Brett sleep and touch nips. That's fucking hilarious. Why can't I hear her? I'm over it. I'm not that into her, guy. Like, I'm not into her at all, to be honest. If I had sex with her, she might be the ugliest girl I've ever had sex with. Is she a porn star?
Out. Talk to me.
Right away. We're just getting into it.
Dude, this is it. This is the biggest thing that's happening.
Bro, I feel like we all knew it was going to happen. But yeah, just to see it final.
Trudeau's out. Talk to me.
Right away. We're just getting into it.
Dude, this is it. This is the biggest thing that's happening.
Bro, I feel like we all knew it was going to happen. But yeah, just to see it finally go down, it's refreshing. I mean, like you guys know, I grew up in Canada. I moved to the States about 10 years ago when I was around 20. I'm 30 now. And it's just like the last 10 years, what's happened has just been devastating, honestly. Like Canada is not the same country that I knew when I was growing up.
How much do you lie at the feet of Trudeau?
What do you mean?
How much is it directly responsible for what's happened?
I mean, if you're the commander in chief, you gotta take some blame for sure. And yeah, I think all Canadians agree. It's just a totally different place.
How so?
I think Canada's just lost its sense of identity a little bit. You know, I think being a little too politically correct, you know, whether it's not letting people say Merry Christmas, or we have a poppy that people wear every November, Remembrance Day, which is supposed to like support the fallen troops. Just like things that make us Canadian, and like little bits of Canadian culture are just
Thanks, homie. I plan to send
getting
it.
lost and stuff like that.
Sorry, I just want my stomach hurts like a motherfucker.
I think immigration.
She's annoying as fuck.
A little better.
And I want to watch this podcast.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see something in Canada really good. I'm really optimistic about it. I think you see it's happening all over the world, right? Not just the US. We saw the results of this election, and I think Canada's going to be following suit. I think Canada's in for a big comeback. I'm really excited about it.
You're bullish on Canada?
I'm bullish on Canada, yeah. I think it's going to make a big comeback. I think Trudeau is just a complete loser. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that guy. I don't know if he just wanted to stay in power, but I mean, his wife left him. I mean, that guy just needed to get the hell out of Parliament.
I saw him correct somebody's language for saying mankind.
Like that. That's what I mean.
We
that's
we don't want to use that. We need to use people kind.
So that type of shit has been happening just all over Canada.
It feels like a Babylon Bee sketch. It doesn't feel like a real politician saying something.
That's what I mean. It's just like you need someone that's going to stand up for Canada. And I think there's some good choices. The Pierre Poilievre, I think he would do a really good job at kind of giving Canada a big comeback.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It is kind of like a everywhere there's America, and then every other English speaking country is kind of coming second at the moment. The same with Britain, the same with Australia. Like, you know, their stock went down an awful lot after COVID and sort of this overreach and lockdowns and stuff like that. No one has really had a fantastic 4 years when it comes to branding.
Unless Canada becomes the 51st state, right? We don't know, but
Yeah. Well, it
No.
could be 52nd if Greenland goes first.
It's weird because like I just went home for Christmas and like it's kind of like 50-50. Like a lot of people are actually like, yo, that would be kind of sick. You know, because I think a lot of Canadians want to come to the States.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, we love traveling here and stuff like that. But then obviously there's a lot of Canadians that's like, no, what the fuck? Like, this is our country. But I think Trump's just trolling when he says that type of shit.
Well, you'd know. You've spent enough time with him.
I would know. And I think I've spent a lot of time with him, but the last time that I was with him, which is when we flew on his plane right before the election, I got to see like a more real side of him, kind of like a button down, literally version.
Mm.
Like he had his jacket off, he had a few buttons off, and he was just himself.
What does that mean? What is Trump's himself?
I don't want to say everything because it's just, you know, it's boys being boys at the same time. But I don't know. It was the way I can explain it is almost like he was like 6 beers deep, but he wasn't. Like, it was just like, he was just having the best time. We were just laughing, cracking jokes, just boys being boys. So I think, and he gets a kick out of getting a reaction out of people. So I think when he sees this whole 51st state thing and he sees people like reacting to it, he's going to kind of go with it. And I think it's also kind of like a negotiation tactic too. You know, to really, I mean, the Canadian leaders are all responding to it. It's such an absurd thing, but at the same time, it's becoming so real now that all these Canadian leaders are actually having to respond to it.
That's when you know that the troll's gone far enough.
He's so good at trolling that these guys are actually having to respond.
Take it seriously.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Unless they're going to be the governor of Canada.
What have you learned since being around him, watching the way that he operates, watching his systems, his staff, his demeanor? Was there anything that you took away from spending time with him?
That guy's like, I mean, when that guy walks into a room, obviously, he just soaks up, obviously, all the attention.
I'll be back tomorrow.
That's one thing I noticed, too.
We're going to
One thing I noticed about him,
be
too,
in
is
the
like,
zone all day tomorrow.
He likes to get everybody's opinion, whether you're like his most trusted advisor or someone like me or someone that is just in the room. He's always asking people, what do you think about this? 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 I noticed that he does that a lot. And I think he's just like subconsciously like kind of it's like a poll he does. And I've noticed that he does that a lot. He's always asking people what they think of something. And then I think that's how he kind of makes decisions as well. It's interesting.
I've heard a lot of criticism around, you know, sort of shallow, fragile ego thing, not necessarily wanting to hear other people that tell him no or that say things that he doesn't fully understand. But on the flip side, I've also heard a lot of that he's always asking like servers in restaurants and the golf caddy for what their opinion is on stuff. So you have this odd dichotomy thing going on.
Yeah, he definitely loves himself. There's no question about that. But you're right. Yeah, exactly. If you're at a golf course, he's talking to like the back shop guys. Like he's a people's person, which I find very interesting. I think that's one of his little secrets.
And you guys got kind of involved in politics a little bit.
Yeah, we did. We worked with like an organization called Send the Vote. So they were like a bipartisan organization, and it was just about helping people register to vote. So we kind of pushed that on our like social media and stuff because obviously NELC, you know, we kind of own that male 18 to 35 vote. So yeah, we were responsible for like hundreds of thousands of people registering to vote, which was pretty crazy. Like after the election, like people were coming up to me on the street and like thanking me. Like I'd be at the gym and people were like walking up to me being like, yo, thank you. Like, thank you for what you did. Like, it was kind of like weird, you know? I don't know. I just feel so normal. And we're just kind of doing what our heart felt. Like we were obviously big Trump supporters. So yeah, that whole election was crazy. And then Dana White shouted us out in that, the post-election speech. Like we were the first ones to get shouted out. So that whole thing was just surreal. And I'm from Canada, so like I'm not even. I can't even vote. I can't even vote. So like for me to get shouted out in the post-election speech, like my parents are like, "What the?" Like everyone's just like, "What? This is a simulation."
It is bizarre, the crossing over of independent media with mainstream political discourse.
Well, that's what we saw this election, right? I guess. Yeah, all the old news networks now are fascinated, and I had to do a bunch of interviews after that election too, and they're all fascinated with. How did the internet win this election? Why are young people so obsessed with the internet? Why do they watch podcasts? Like these people are old. They have no fucking clue what like you and I are doing. Like they really don't. For us, it makes so much sense. Like Trump goes on Joe Rogan, like obviously that's going to be big. But for them, they're like, why was that Joe Rogan thing so big? Like they're that stupid.
Yeah, it's odd. I think I take for granted a lot of stuff that to me seems like a normal assumption. It's like, obviously this reaches a lot of people. Obviously 18 to 35-year-old guys are spending more time on YouTube than they are on CNN or MSNBC.
Yeah.
Like who wouldn't have thought that? And the fact that there's people to whom that is a revelation really made me realize just how split off and echo chambered not only the messages that you get within social media, but even medias themselves now.
Yeah, I think we probably take the knowledge that like you and I have for granted, right?
Hugely.
It's just, it's so normal. It's so a part of our everyday lives. But yeah, for especially for older people, they have no clue what's going on.
Yeah,
so
the impact.
It's very powerful what we have. Obviously, we both own our it's almost like we own our own network, right? Like we do. So we're in a good spot.
Do you think about, have you got to the stage where there's this sense of responsibility or obligation with sort of what you're doing, what you're saying? We were talking about this in the gym earlier on, that as the platform grows, how much of a obligation do you have? Or can you still just, I'm here having fun, just doing my thing, bro? Like, I don't know, if you reach a couple of 100 million people a month, it changes.
The key to Nelk has always just been, as best as we can, just trying to stay true to like what I think and what I think is funny. Like I actually like Trump. That's why I fucking supported him. I didn't do it for any other reason. You know what I'm saying? If I didn't like him, I wouldn't have supported him. It's as simple as that. So I try to stick to that as much as I possibly can. But yeah, obviously as you get bigger, I guess there is more responsibility. But we're so lucky with our fan base that we've always been like the quote unquote like bad guys or like scumbags. So it's not like we were like Jake Paul or like Logan Paul or like David Dobrik that were more
squeaky clean.
You know what I mean? And you're waiting.
What did you expect?
You're waiting for them to make a mistake. Like they're perfect. And then boom, when they make a mistake, they get canceled. For us, we've just been scumbags. Like we started as scumbags. We've never been good guys. Like we've been getting arrested since 10 years ago. We've been with people, messing with people. So if anything, we've gotten like, we've actually improved.
More responsible.
We've improved as people.
Look at how much I've matured.
Like we're growing, we're maturing.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So I think that's one thing that I'm always feel blessed with too, is that, our fans just don't really give a shit.
You set such low expectations.
We set such low expectations. That's the key. Set low expectations.
Then you can't ever get worse.
Then you can never fuck up.
Yeah, that's funny. I remember Rogan saying something along the lines of, everybody should always do a comedy set. Everyone should do a comedy set once so that you can go, hey, what do I know? I'm just a comedian.
Yeah.
And you get the like comedian ejector seat, get out of jail free card.
Yeah.
And that's the same with you guys.
Yeah.
It's like, we just do prank YouTube.
But all those guys were still like in terms of partying, I feel like we were like the first people to ever show like alcohol, even in like really YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Like the first time we went to LA, I think like, no one really showed anything. But behind the scenes, they were obviously doing the same shit, right? Or worse. Like all the squeaky clean kids were the ones like that you'd see rip and blow in the fucking Hollywood Hills bathrooms and shit. So, I swear to God. So it was like, so they're doing it behind the camera, but they have to put on this good boy image, which kind of them.
Yeah, because everybody's waiting to find out that the holier than thou squeaky clean image is actually broken in some way.
Yeah.
I mean, the reverse of it being like, Kyle actually went to church on Sunday. That's not a scandal.
Yeah.
But the guy that was going to church on Sunday ripping a gator tail the night before is.
Yeah.
Talk to me about
gator tail. We have a lot of the same lingo. Is UK and Canadian like?
I don't know. I guess it's just scumbag working class party people.
Right.
And it's a universal language.
Yeah. Gator tail's pretty niche.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah.
Anyway, I imagine that the Aussies are exactly the same. Everyone's got their own slang. There's only so many different ways that you can talk about sniffing cocaine.
Or girls.
Exactly. Those.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that sort of trip out to LA and sort of what you learned about LA scene. You've done a few. You did the like LA full degen mode, then the Orange County thing, now the Miami thing. What have you learned? Like, take me through the different eras
stages
of scenes. Yeah, exactly.
Fuck. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think of the first time the first time it was me and Jesse at the time. We had, I believe we road tripped there from Toronto to LA. So 36-hour drive in his like shitty car. We called it the Toaster. It was like a Nissan, like one of those boxy ass cars. We had like a cooler of food. Just like we packed a bunch of food, put it in the cooler. Cause like we were dead broke at the time too. And we road tripped to VidCon. And we would stay at fans' houses along the way too. So we'd just post on Snapchat and say like, hey, we're going to be in St. Louis tonight. We need to crash somewhere. And then I would like add them on Snap. I'd FaceTime the people, like make sure they weren't like a fucking psycho. And we ended up staying at over like probably 30 fans' houses throughout like our little trips. And none of them were ever weird. And then his car broke down in like the middle of the desert. We got stuck there for a week and like we posted again on Snapchat and fans had to come pick us up from Palm Springs and drive us to LA. And then we made it to VidCon. So that was like our first time kind of being around like other YouTubers and seeing like people that were like really poppin', successful. I think that was at the time like FaZe, like we met like all those guys. And I remember those guys came up to us too, like someone FaZe Adapt. He was like really, really big at the time. And he told us like, yo, we watch your videos like every night when we're high and shit. And like, just to see like respect from other big YouTubers at the time, I think that really motivated us. So after that, for the next probably 5 years, we would be in Canada. I was working at a golf course. So I did events, I did the back shop, and I would just save up money. And then we would do a trip to LA for like 3 months, however long we could afford, grind, go back to Canada, try to keep it going. And that went on for like 5 years until we officially moved to LA. Yeah. So it was a crazy time. And every time we'd go home to Canada, things would kind of slow down a little bit, because you're living at your parents' house. Your parents are kind of in your ear a little bit. My parents were super supportive, but I know Jesse's parents were a little bit in his ear. But yeah, when we got out to LA the very first time full time, it was like definitely a big game changer for us.
Which one felt like real life? Did going back home to Canada feel like real life, or did LA
I guess at the time, probably going back to LA felt like real life. I think, and that, I guess that's kind of sad in a way, right? But yeah, you kind of just outgrow it a little bit. I think, and I was so blessed to grow up in Canada. The way I grew up was just like completely normal middle class, like just playing street hockey every day after school, running way too much Call of Duty, just normal shit, So, but then you kind of just outgrow it. And I think, yeah.
Hey, come here with something. Do you want to see the worst sales presentation ever? Check this out. Am I getting close on time?
Yeah, we'd go home and things would just kind of slow down. Everyone around you is kind of, they're all in university too. So then when you go to your friends' houses, like their parents are asking you like, oh, like, what are your plans? Like, what are you doing? Like, are you going to go back to school? Like, you're kind of everywhere you go, you're kind of hit with that question. Like, oh, are you going to school? What are you doing? Like, what's your plan? And I think that kind of subconsciously like eats at you a little bit too.
I think a lot of people get stuck in that messy middle period, that sort of lonely chapter. Maybe they're doing something that's a little bit different to what their friends around them are. Maybe there's some pressure from family, girlfriend,
everyone,
society, to do something that feels a little bit more safe.
They're kind of making you feel a little bit like a loser, right? Mm-hmm. And then you're telling them like, oh, well, I'm doing this YouTube thing. And they're like, ha. Like, even your friends are kind of like,
come on,
my friends always fucking supported me. So I never had like people putting me down, but you feel it a little bit, right?
What would you say to someone who's sort of a little bit younger and has those dreams of breaking out from the mold, but is kind of uncertain?
Damn, I think there's almost, I know in Canada especially, there's almost like more security in like chasing your dream now. Like, I think it seems so hard to get a really good job coming out of school now, especially where I'm from back home. I know people are coming out of school and they just can't get jobs. So I would say, I mean, to me, you only have one life. The scariest thing to me, more than like being broke for a little bit, is like living a life that you don't want to live. You know, I think a lot of people, the main thing is they're just scared to be broke for a little bit. Like they're like, well, how am I going to pay my bills? What am I going to do? And it's like, I mean, we were broke for a long time. Like we were struggling. Like we would sleep in cars. We would sleep at fans' houses. Like you got to go through that stage of being broke, having no money to kind of get to where you need to be, right?
What was the scene in LA like? Because you guys were there pretty much in sort of the golden era of degen influencer
We were there.
partying.
We were there when YouTube was probably its biggest. It was like Jake Paul was his probably biggest, doing daily vlogs every day. David Dobrik, and then they had the Cloud House. So FaZe Banks, I don't know if you know him, but he's like the owner of FaZe. I give a lot of credit to him. He basically tweeted out at us and just said, hey, do you guys want to move into the Cloud House? And that was like him, Alyssa Violet, Rice Gum, Summer Rae, Wolfie, who was huge at the time. So these were like the biggest YouTubers, and we're like nowhere on their level. And yeah, we land in LA, start driving, and we're driving up through the Hollywood Hills, and then we pull up to this massive mansion that we see in all these people's videos. And that was just like completely surreal. Like I couldn't even believe it. Just walking into that house, like it's a completely insane house, $100 million. And we got to live there for like 6 months, rent free. Shout out FaZe Banks, he's a legend. I owe him for life. But yeah, that was a crazy time. Just like it was Hollywood shit, like house parties, and like you never knew who was gonna pull up. Like Lil Uzi would pull up to your house, or like rappers, all the girls. It was pretty crazy. It was a crazy time.
And then you go to Orange County.
Yeah, so we stayed in LA for a little bit. We got our own house there too. After that, we had like the first house we ever signed a lease on too. I think we had like probably 20 people living in there in like an 8-bedroom. So that was like our very first house. We had one room with like 2 3-story bunk beds. So like 6 guys sleeping in a movie theater room.
Wow.
Yeah, it was just like, it was kind of like the LA Nelk frat house. So that worked for a bit.
And were they staff, friends?
Staff and friends. I mean, I live with 4 of my boys that I grew up with here. But yeah, we probably have like 7 of my boys that work for us and do different things, whether it's social media or merch or different stuff that we have going on. But yeah.
Do you miss it? Do you miss that LA period, that LA scene?
Yeah, I miss it. It was pretty surreal. I mean, to live in a house like that and just, I feel like no one really gets to experience that, you know? It was a cool time, but I think LA is just different now. And now it's more of like a TikTok-y scene. We don't really need to be around there too much. There's a lot of good podcast guests there too. So we still make LA trips, but we moved to Miami about a year ago and I fucking love it.
Talk to me about the difference between LA, Miami.
I mean, California is just a little too liberal for us, I think. I don't know. I feel like if we did our whole Trump thing during the election, I feel like we would have been getting grilled everywhere we went, right? Like we probably would have got shot up on Melrose and shit. It's dangerous there too. Like I know like my boy Steiny, he got his car robbed. Like it's like turning into a
out in the open.
Like he just parked it and someone just like robbed his car. Like it's pretty dangerous there, I think. And then Florida, just no income tax. For me, like I told you, it's way closer to Toronto, so I find myself.
I always forget about
going
how long
back
it is.
home a lot more, seeing my family, seeing my friends.
How long it is to fly across the country. If you do LA to New York, it's what, 5 hours?
Probably 6, 5.5.
Right. Plus
and
3.
Then you lose 3 hours. So
yeah. So it's a red eye within the same country.
A day to get there and a day to get back. 2 travel days. So yeah, I think LA is just a lot different now. It's just not. It's not quite the same as it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you're locking in a little bit more in Miami as well.
Yeah, like health-wise, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this is the best place to kind of be healthy. It's a good HQ for us because we travel so much too. Most of our work is on the road, whether it's Nelk videos or podcasts. So I like coming back here because you saw how it was this morning. Like this is all we do when we're home. Like it's like 2 different lives.
Mm-hmm.
One's on the road, and then when we're back here, like I really don't do shit. I wake up, I fucking work out, and then I'll just chill, keep the business moving on my phone, keep videos moving, planning, golf, and then we go on the road again and it's chaos. So
Was there a moment that you broke through, do you think? Obviously,
with Nelk,
yeah.
I don't think so. I think the secret to Nelk and why we have such a cult following is that there's never been one moment that made us. It's just been like this the whole time. There was never like a huge thing. So I think when you blow up that fast, like these like Hawk Tuas or whoever have you, they come and go so fast, right? They get so famous so quickly and people become obsessed with them and then they're just gone.
I think there's also...
You got to build that foundation.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by Element. You've probably heard me talk about Element before, and that's because I am frankly...
too, but I think...
that I can't wait to start every day with. So you can buy it and try it for as long as you want. If you don't like it for any reason, they will give you your money back. And you don't even need to return the box. That's how confident they are that you'll love it. Right now, you can get a free sample pack of all 8 flavors with any purchase by going to the link in the description below or heading to drinklmnt.com/modern wisdom. That's drinklmnt.com/modern wisdom. There's a bit of low-key resentment that maybe the audience or the wider world has for somebody that appears to have achieved so much fame so quickly.
Yeah.
So they go,
I wish that was me.
If you get picked out of obscurity because you said a funny sentence on a street interview, everybody knows that if not for the chance of God, that could have been one of 100,000 other people.
I agree with that too, but I think I mean, you know how much work this is behind the scenes and how strategic you have to be too. For us, like we've been doing this for 10 years, so like you also learn along the way. Right. So now where I am, where the stakes are the highest. And like you said, there's more responsibility. I've learned so many lessons. Don't do this. Don't, maybe don't trust this person. Don't get into business with this person. These people overnight, 24 hours, they're super famous and they have no clue
they've got
how
no
this
ability.
business works,
how to discern,
who to trust, who to let in. They have no clue. So they're pretty much... They're going to get screwed unless they're a genius, right? Some of them last, but most of them don't.
You just say yes to the first person that pops up in your DMs, which is usually the one that's the most sharky.
Exactly. And I've almost got screwed by managers and shit too. Like
You've come close to a couple of catastrophes.
So close, bro. Decisions that would not make me be here right now, for sure. Like
really?
Yeah, for sure. We've almost signed with like a few different managers that maybe even like we were really close to like giving like equity away that would have like torched us. So like one thing too, if people are listening, like you got to be very, very careful who you trust, like having a partner is like, it's like a marriage. You got to be careful who you get into business with.
So what's the overall lesson there? Is that move slowly? Sort of don't make rash decisions?
I think so. Yeah. You got to move slow. I think, you got to get a team of people around you that you can kind of trust, whether it's friends, someone that you can at least bounce ideas off. Cause I would say just move slow, don't react too quickly to things. Sit back and just kind of see how things play out sometimes. Yeah,
I get the sense that, especially in the fast moving world of internet content creation, whether it's brand deals, even if you're trying to build a business, there's always this sense that somebody else could be doing this. What if someone else is starting the same business at the same time as me? Oh my God, this is good. I must get it moving, and so on and so forth. But the risk of ruin of getting it wrong is 100%.
I agree.
And the risk of being second or third or fourth to market, the likelihood of somebody else having the exact same idea and executing it as well as you can if you take your time seems way slower. So I
agree with that. I never give a shit about what anyone else is doing, really. Like maybe I'll get some inspiration from other people, but like, even some people in our crew will be like, yo, like this person's doing this. Like we should be doing this. And I'm like, dude, just relax. Like this game too is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Like the entire social media business is like, it is such a mental marathon that if you get caught up in like what other people are doing or, you're going to lose it. And I think the most important thing with this is you got to keep your mind right too. That's why I personally don't get caught up in like, if I need like a month off from like doing something or like videos, I don't get caught up in that. Cause I feel like if people look back in 10 years, they're not going to remember like, oh, they took a month off or whatever it is. So
from the business side, what's the most revenue that you guys have generated in a day?
Revenue? I mean, our merch business, I don't think anyone's ever really, I feel like we were putting up like Kylie Jenner numbers at that time in the peak of our like merch business when we were uploading Nelk every week on the road. I think our biggest was 30 million gross in about 30 minutes. 30 million in rev. We had 350,000 people waiting on the site at the time of the drop. Like even Shopify was like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah. And that's revenue, right? So
it's top line.
That's one thing I've never really talked about too much too is, and I know my old partner Jesse would agree too, is that the revenue sounds nice, but when you talk about profit and how much we were spending on videos, maybe people that we pranked were suing us. Like there is so much that number sounds amazing, but in terms of what me and Jesse were
chipped away and
able to pocket, and you know, like Steve will do it. He was getting paid directly off merch. So what me and Jesse were even able to pocket was like nowhere even near that.
It's that line about revenue is vanity, profit is sanity.
Yeah, I don't even like talking about revenue too much, to be honest. It's just, it sounds great and it's great to brag about, but
I think it's a good. I understand what you mean, and it's nice that you're like sufficiently humble that you don't want to flex the biggest number that you can.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, what it teaches people is what you can drive in terms of just raw traffic, right? That in order to take 30 mil, you need to be able to have
350,000 people on the site. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, that's impressive for sure. Like we'd look at the map of the Shopify. I don't know if you've ever done like a live drop and you can see all the little, it shows where people are
cool.
on the site from in the entire world. So you just see all these little dots and like you're seeing people in like India and like, it was cool. It was a really cool, that era of Nelk was like.
When was that?
That had to be like 2017, maybe 2016.
So this is before John, your now business partner, manager.
This is before that, yeah.
And you were able to still spin this up just all internally.
Yeah, I mean that's what drew them to us was the type of numbers we were putting up. I don't know. I don't want to say it, but I don't think anyone's ever really done what we've done with merch and like a YouTube business.
What does the sort of structure of that stuff look like internally?
Back then, it was all in-house. Everything was in-house. So we had designers on payroll. We had a bunch of different people that would source stuff from China. All the marketing was done by Osgod, who's like our creative genius. He's the GOAT. He edits all our videos. Everything was done in-house, which was even crazier. So when we would do a drop, there'd be like 25 people and we'd all be in our Nelk frat house. Everyone has their laptops open and we're all watching the numbers.
Full Wi-Fi connections.
Yeah. But at that time, it was crazy is because like that was the only thing we were doing, you know? There was no Happy Dad. There was no brand deals.
Not even any podcasts.
There was no podcast. The only thing we were doing was pushing merch. And our fans literally like helped us build this because like we weren't getting paid off YouTube at all.
Why?
We never got paid off YouTube. We were demonetized since day one, like for swearing, for alcohol, for drug references. Our videos never got monetized. So that was like, that's how we built our merch business. Like we were
because
getting
you needed
views.
Something that was partner program because the partner program didn't exist.
Yeah, we weren't getting paid. So it was kind of a blessing in disguise. We had to get smart and build a business around our audience. So we weren't lying when we were looking into the lens and telling our fans like, hey guys, if you guys buy merch, like you're keeping the,
I can eat dinner tonight.
I can eat dinner. And not only that, we can continue to make these videos. So that's how it was like a reoccurring thing where our fans literally kind of helped us make all these videos.
I think there's something cool and probably another important lesson there to just linger on about focusing on one thing. So you need to learn how business works, how what a good deal looks like, what a bad deal looks like, what a good release and build up schedule, building the anticipation, all of that stuff. And if you try and do it with too many things at once, it's difficult to learn what the lesson is because you're so distributed, you're so spread across all of these different projects that you're not
I
actually
agree.
focused. You're not drilling in the learnings from this one thing. So for me, it was nightclubs. And for running 15 years of all of these different events, and I would really, really dial in what a good build-up sequence looked like. And I would understand how to use anticipation to get people to really care about what the outcome was going to be. And then I'd understand what the drop-off in terms of interest was, and then how you can then restart that with more things and more things and more things.
Yeah.
And that now gets ported across. When we did the launch for Newtonic, I did exactly the same thing. It might as well have been a club night. If you changed it from productivity drink to new club night Fridays at whatever club, it would have been the exact same process, the exact same thing that I'd learned.
That's
and I'm going to guess that it's the same thing that you learned from the merch that you then poured across onto Happy Dad, that you then poured across. Oh, we've got a new guest coming out.
It's just building hype.
Yep.
Everything in this business is just building hype, right? And once you learn how to do that, I feel like you can apply it to anything.
Talk to me about the principles that you sort of think about when it comes to building up hype around either a drop, new video, new podcast episode, new Happy Dad collab. Like, what are the main areas that you're looking at?
I don't know. I'm not the best at kind of defining the way that like my mind works sometimes. But I mean, building hype, yeah, you can't go wrong with just literally what it is building hype is like, you know, say it's dropping on this date and then maybe 2 days later post something else about it, remind people. 2 days later, post something different and engaging, remind them again. And then the day of, you know, posting like a bunch of times before something happens. I think sometimes it is fire just hitting them with the sneak attack drop too, because that goes crazy sometimes. But yeah, you can't go wrong with building hype and doing multiple posts, building anticipation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there was this really interesting study that was done that I loved because I was starting to learn about psychology, but I was still in nightlife. And they got people to track their level of happiness throughout the entire day and night of going out on a night out. And you'd think, at what point would happiness be at its highest? Maybe 12 midnight when you've got a good enough buzz on and you're with your friends and the music's amazing, but you're not too messy and so on and so forth. It was way before that.
Really?
The time when people were happiest.
The best part of the night's the pregame.
Getting ready with your friends.
Pre-game's
when the music.
best.
So what does that tell you? It tells you that the absolute bullseye of human pleasure is things are about to be awesome. It's anticipation,
That's
right?
very interesting.
It's not about the payoff. It's about waiting for the payoff. Like the hottest part of sex is not the sex bit. It's the bit as you're taking your clothes off before sex.
Yeah.
That's the hottest part.
Yeah.
Because it's the anticipation of what's about to happen. And I think that, you know, what you guys have landed on and certainly what I've landed on, it's the same reason that we release clips from this podcast before we release the full episode. So this will have a Tuesday clip and a Friday clip, and then the episode goes on the Monday.
Yeah.
Because it builds up that anticipation. And sometimes people say that it's cruel, but I think it's just effectively utilizing the human reward system.
That's a good way of defining it. Yeah, because the pregame is the best part of the night, for sure. When all the boys are just there before the girls pull up and you're just cranking beers, just chilling. So I can definitely relate to that, actually.
Talk to me about the other side then. So if that's the most revenue that you've made in a day, what about the most money that you've spent in a day?
Most money I've spent... I'm not a huge... I have a few watches and I have like a car, but I think, yeah, the most money I've spent, I guess, was probably... It's not like a purchase, but probably I retired my parents in the same day about 4 or 5 years ago. So that took about $700,000. So one year at Christmas, I had enough money to do it. And like one thing about me is like a lot of people said their parents never supported them. But for me, I would be like nowhere without my parents. I got so fucking lucky. And like my mom just says too, like they just had blind faith. Like they just believed in me and they supported me. So when I kind of had enough money to do that, I just did it. So that took about, like $700,000 to do that.
Yeah, that's a big
And then my
expenditure.
mom got carried away. I guess she has the free spirit like me. She like invested it in like a bunch of like, she didn't retire.
Ethereum.
No, she put it in
crypto.
the housing market and Trudeau us over the last 5 years. So now I just told her this Christmas I gotta re-retire her until she can sell those houses. So when Trudeau gets the fuck out, she'll be able to sell the 2 houses that she bought. And then but that's probably, I like spending my money more on like memories and like taking all my friends on like a trip.
What about some of the trips?
I mean, we just had like this week for New Year's, like we just went like a bunch of different places. Like we just did like fun shit with everyone, like yachts and like stuff like that. Or like we'll go to Cancun and rent a house and just like chill, stuff like that. Like I feel like spending your money on memories, and like I love bringing my friends with me and just like having like a sick ass time. I feel like I spend too much money on that type of shit. But in terms of like watches or jewelry or shit like that, I'm not super into that. I don't hate
But
it.
that's a good, I guess. Yeah,
memories is the best.
I was going to say,
It's the fucking best.
is the lesson from that as somebody who's come into young wealth, you've tried, I'm going to guess, buying expensive car. You just got a new car, new watches, clothes.
But Steve will do it. He bought me my first car. Shout out Steve. So this is actually the first car I've probably ever bought, to be honest. Because Steve will do it, bought me my first car.
Mhm.
He bought me an Audi RS7. So that was like 140 grand. Shout out to Steve. He's bought like 40 people cars. So then the Audi just shut down. Thing was a piece of shit over like 4 years later. So I was able to just trade that in as the down payment and then just get this new car. My business manager said it was a great investment to just finance it. So it's actually the first car I've ever bought.
Thank you, business manager.
Yeah.
But yeah, the overall lesson there is, as you start to accumulate some spare wealth, that you think on balance, spending it on experiences, especially experiences that you can share with your friends, is the best way to do it.
I love that. Yeah. That's my favorite thing. It's just because you never forget that shit too, you know? And it's like, yeah, not everyone can do that shit. So to just, I don't know, that to me is just stuff you never forget. And it just makes you so happy. Having a good ass time with like your boys, nothing beats that.
What are some of your favorite memories from the last few years? Maybe ones that haven't been captured on camera.
I mean, if they haven't been captured on camera, it's probably for a reason.
Right.
So I probably can't really talk about them.
Well, all right, include the ones that have been captured on camera.
Yeah, definitely last week we can't talk about. But best memories. I think like probably, yeah, one of the coolest things we ever did, I think, was probably the first time we went to Abu Dhabi. I was telling you about that to me was like one of the craziest things. It was the craziest 2 weeks I've ever had in my life because the UFC brought us out to Abu Dhabi for Khabib's last fight during the COVID bubble, the heat of COVID. So we had to quarantine for a total of like 4 days to get there. And then that's when we met like Dana White for the very first time in Abu Dhabi. We got like a whole full scale treatment there. And then 1 week later, we went on Air Force One with Dana too and met Trump for the first time in 2020. So that's probably the coolest 2 weeks that like really changed my life. I think that just like every time I think back to it, I'm just like, this is a mind fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how did this happen to me? It's just, yeah. There's so much crazy shit with Nelk, and like over the last 10 years, it's just so surreal. I can't even believe it.
A quick aside, if you're struggling to fall asleep on a nighttime, stay asleep throughout the night, or not waking up feeling rested and revitalized in the morning, talk to me.
Find the lowest priced health plans at healthforcalifornia.com. Get a quote in 30 seconds. Find top carriers like Anthem, Kaiser, Blue Shield, and more. Lowest prices, simple process, healthforcalifornia.com.
Talk to me about what you've learned since being friends with Dana White.
Therapy has always been such a scary idea to me because I simply did not know where to get started. I didn't know how to find my purpose.
A lot. I've looked up to Dana White like my whole life, honestly. Like me and my dad would watch UFC like when I was on Spike TV, when it was just like, it was nothing, you know? I've been watching since I was probably in like 8th grade. So I've looked up to Dana White, and a lot of the UFC is like way bigger now. I don't know how long you've been following it, but it wasn't the UFC that it was today. Like right now, it's just like, it's such a big brand and stuff, but they had to like battle to build that. So I've kind of seen the evolution of the UFC, as I'm sure a lot of people have listening. And like, this shit wasn't even like legal in states. Like it used to not be legal in New York. Like I watched these guys like battle state by state, never give up, and just build it into this like incredible brand that it is today. And you see all these other MMA organizations now it's never going to compete with the UFC. Like the UFC is unmatched, but yeah, so I've always looked up to Dana White for that and just what he's been able to achieve. And he's just, you can see he's not a quitter from the outside. And then when I met him, you can really see like that guy's not a fucking quitter.
How so?
Well, even like look how he handled COVID, right? That's what blew up the UFC so much. Like every other sport shut down. The UFC was the only one that kept going. Like Dana White was the only commissioner of a sport that was able to keep that sport going all throughout the heat of COVID. Not only keep it going, blow it the fuck up. Like COVID was actually a good thing for the UFC because it was the only thing on. And that guy, yeah, just behind the scenes too, he doesn't quit, you know, and he'll call me and give me advice whenever something's going on that he'll see. And yeah, he's, like I told you before, he is just the most loyal guy you will ever meet. Like, it's so crazy. Like for us, he'll just, I don't know, it's almost like blind loyalty too in the same way. It's just like, he's always there for us no matter what. And even sometimes like he just doesn't even need to be, you know? Even if I'm like sick, he'll like call me and be like, yo, you good, bro? Like, you need an IV? Like, I'll send, like, he's just always there for us. So having a friend like him it's truly like insane. Yeah.
What about the way that you've observed him sort of operate from a business perspective, the way that he runs the UFC, the way that he sort of deals with his own interaction with press, with exposure, with scrutiny, with stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a savage, right? Like, even though I'm friends with him, like, I'll literally watch almost every Dana White, like, post-UFC press conference because the guy's just a savage. Like, if a media guy goes at him, he's going to ream them out. You know what to get with Dana White, right? He's himself. He speaks his mind. So with the UFC stuff, we kind of stay away from that. We let him handle the business of that. We don't even really talk UFC business with Dana ever because he talks about that shit all the time. When we're with him, if we're talking business, we're talking about Happy Dad, we're talking about Howlerhead, we're talking about the podcast, or we're talking about maybe new ventures that we want to do together in the future. And we've never had like any type of partnership like with Dana or the UFC besides like some clothing, but there's no like
formal agreement.
There's no formal agreement. Like even with Happy Dad and Howlerhead, I know Dana had offered me like a little piece of Howlerhead back in the day. And like, I kind of just told him in the most respectful way, like, I'm really appreciative of this, but like, I just want to do whatever you want me to do. And I don't want to take a percentage of your company. Like, I just want to remain friends and like, let's just
help each other.
And he was on the same page. And I think he like really respected that. So with Happy Dad, he's helped us so much. Like we'll go and do Happy Dad Howlerhead tours together and stuff. So he's kind of like the uncle of Nelk, right? He's pretty much like an Nelk boy.
Big scary uncle.
The big scary uncle that you don't fuck around with.
Yeah.
No, that guy's, he's a legend. Everyone that knows him in real life knows like how great of a person he is.
It's wild, you know, to think that that's able to come across. I haven't met Dana, but from conversations that I've seen him have, from stories that I've heard behind the scenes, from stories that I've heard in public, it is absurd to have somebody that's kind of at the head of an organization like that, who's the one that seems to have the most credibility, this sort of unwavering commitment to his word, like even to a fault a lot of the time, even when he fucks up, and he just decides to be as upfront as possible.
I don't know how he does it, but he does it. And that's why he's Dana White. He's just a fucking
Well, I think what people
savage.
are really desperate for is authenticity.
Yeah.
Like they're really, really hungry for authenticity. One of the problems is that if you realize that authenticity is something that people like and resonate with, you can try to sort of speedrun it or growth hack it somehow, which is the exact opposite of authentic. You can't inauthentically be authentic,
right?
You know?
Yeah.
And I think people can just tell. They know when you're playing a game, when you're trying to manipulate them. And even if you don't know why, even if you can't say what it is, we've got this weird sixth sense that exists behind the back of our head somewhere. You go, I don't know, man, there's something up here. I just don't get Trudeau. Perfect example of this with Trudeau.
Yeah.
Like, tell me what it is about that guy that makes you not trust him. Maybe you can point to specific statements he's made and all the rest of it.
You could just tell he's a slime ball.
Largely, it's just the fact that he's got this slippery demeanor.
Yeah.
You think, hey, I don't fucking trust you, guy. And
he fooled everyone with the free weed legalization when he first ran.
What's that?
I think that's like when he first ran, it's just because he was going to legalize weed. Like that's why everyone loved him.
Okay, that never came to fruition.
No, it did. It's legal in Canada.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess he did one good.
Delivered on a promise.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's watching Dana operate, especially at that level, especially with the additional amount of scrutiny and all the rest of the stuff that's happened, is wild. It's very, very.
Like he just likes to win too. One thing about him, I know what drives him, and it's proving people wrong. And that's kind of one thing I think me and him have in common is we both like just like shutting people up. You know, like whether it's fans in the comments or for him, it's the media. Shutting people up is a good fucking feeling. You know what I mean? When everyone's saying something and they're all counting you out, it just drives you and you're like, I just want to shut these people up so badly. I think that's one thing that drives both of us.
And then you come back with the W.
You come back with the dub. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting energy.
You know what I mean by that or no?
I know exactly what you mean by it. Yeah. It's a really interesting energy to think about how
you need that sometimes, I feel.
Well, dude,
proving people wrong, I think
it's a fucking potent fuel.
Yeah.
It's an incredibly potent fuel. And it's one that you can use very, very effectively, especially, I've heard Dana talk about this a couple of times, especially with regards to Trump, that he is happy to burn everything down. I mean, he said, there's a story that he talks about to do with Rogan, I think, where somebody didn't want Rogan to be a part of something moving forward, or he'd been maybe it was one of the scandals.
Oh, yeah, it was probably when Joe said something fucked.
Yeah, the CNN thing or whatever it might be. And Dana was prepared to burn everything for one guy.
Yeah, of course.
And you think that's, in some ways, that's really not good business acumen, but what you're working off of such unbelievable loyalty that the business gets ripped along for the ride. And what does it tell people? What's the subtext that it tells people about the business? This is a business that is going to do what it says. And you can have complete and utter faith in it.
Yep.
And especially, the world of fight sports, we've seen it how many times over the last couple of months? Tyson and Jake Paul, and the number of criticisms. Oh, it's a thrown fight. It's the 3-fight clause, etc. Usyk, Fury, rematch clauses. They're not actually fully throwing punches. All of this sort of stuff. And I think that it's really important to have for something like the UFC, where if
you can trust it. Yeah, that's
even the fucking sniff that this wasn't legitimate.
Yeah.
The entire organization. I'm sure there has to have been some fights that have been a little manipulated here or there because the UFC's done.
But once they're in the cage, it's done. Yeah, I mean, it's the UFC.
But you've got to have the guy.
They obviously help put people in the cage that they want to. I mean, that's obvious. But like, once they're in the cage, it's up to you.
Yeah.
They're not fighting for you when you're in the cage. Yeah.
Yeah. Can we talk about the Bob situation?
Yeah.
That full arc thing. So give us the 30,000 foot view of Bob Menery.
I still don't really understand it. I mean, we still like chirp each other about it. I don't know what he was looking for. I mean, if you ask Drew, our guy, like he said that we owed him money and we just didn't.
So he's a part of the pod.
Yeah.
He started the pod. Then he was a part of the pod.
Bob was doing his thing, right? He was me and Bob are great friends now. And like, I hope we will remain great friends, hopefully. He's a great guy. He's talented. He's funny. So I wanted to start a podcast and I was always thinking of who to start it with. And I was like, I think this Bob guy's really funny, right? So we gave him a great fucking deal. I think it was like $7,500 or $10,000 an episode, 30% of the ads. And by the way, he has no YouTube channel. He's launched like 4 unsuccessful pods at this point, like 4 different ones. So it's like, Bob, just show up, make some good money. Let me keep this consistent. Let me bring the structure to this. So we're doing good. And then, I don't know if he had bad people in his ear that were kind of telling him stuff or whatever it was. But I don't know. I think he just thought for some reason we were screwing him. Or he was missing out on money that he just wasn't missing out on. And he just freaked out. I don't know. I don't know if he was at a bad place.
And then everything went nuclear.
Yeah, I don't know if he was at a bad place in his life or something as well too. But yeah, we weren't cool for a while. And that was like the first time I ever really went through some like, I stayed quiet for a while, which I always will. I stay quiet until someone really fucking pushes me to the edge, you know? Because I don't want to, I never got big by like attacking people online or like airing out personal shit. So that's just not, even though I could get views doing it, you know, that's just not me. So I kind of just had to sit back and wait till Bob kind of forced me to a point where I had to like just kind of own his ass a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And people kind of saw right through it, and we just came with the receipts. And that was it. And yeah, we weren't, then he like sued us and shit, and it was a whole thing. We did like a thing that we like joke about now too. We had to do a mediation, which is like, that was like part of the clause. Like if there's ever a disagreement, you guys have to go into mediation. So we had to get onto a
divorce counseling.
Divorce counseling. So we had to get on like our side and his side with this lady, Judge Nagel, who we like joke about now. And like he got on and his side was just, they were like internally arguing in front of like all of us. It was just like, it was a complete mess. And the judge told us, she came into our room and told us like, listen, I'm not going to lead a horse to water, but they have absolutely no case against you guys whatsoever. Like the judge told us that. I don't even know if she was supposed to, but that's what she told us. So to me, the whole thing was just hilarious. But we both wasted legal money for no reason.
Oh,
so
just
we
puked in my
eventually
mouth.
came to just agreement to drop it. And I was like, Bob, if you want to come on the pod whenever you want, like come promote whatever you want. You can bring ads on the podcast if you want, like just like any other guest, you know, like if Wiz Khalifa comes on and he wants us to talk about his weed, go ahead. But he's been on the pod and he hasn't brought one single ad. So
But he's back on the pod now.
He's back on like in and out. Yeah. I mean, we're cool. It was kind of just, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But he's not back on like full time. He's just kind of in and out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was an interesting situation.
One of the things that we were talking about in the gym earlier on is keeping your private life private.
Mm-hmm.
You can run a business and have people talk about the business, but having people talk about how you run your business, having people talk about how you run your podcast,
Mm-hmm.
I think not good. Like people are talking about the wrong things.
Yeah.
So was that degree of operational exposure, was that's
for what? For the
when you and Bob are having this sort of fallout, and then there's all of this kind of exposure of internal backbiting-y type stuff.
I don't enjoy that shit. Like I know everyone on the internet now, it's all about drama.
Correct.
And like, I mean, we could start drama with people too, or like whoever it is, but that's just not how we got big, you know? Like we've never started drama with people. It's always just been about making funny shit. So for me, any opportunity we have to like, I don't know, I just don't look to that to get clout or views. That's just not me.
It's my least least favorite kind of.
Yeah, like that was when I was just pushed to the edge. You know, so like I'm just gonna stay quiet until it's to the point where I have to defend myself. Like I don't want to, but that's kind of the way that I work.
I just I don't know, we're really kind of in the era of criticism.
Yeah, drama. Yep. Drama's huge on the internet. All people want to see is people fight and just go at each other.
They said this thing, oh my God, this singer with that girl, and she's released these texts and so on and so forth.
Yep.
I don't know, man. Like that's my.
Just like the whole streamers, it's like it's a lot about beef and stuff like that.
It's all about beef. The
clip era. I feel like the clipping era that we're in kind of changed that, right? It's so quick, it's so fast. Like,
well, the biggest thing that you can get on YouTube is timeliness. So we realized this last year. I'd known that it was a big deal for a while, that you're sort of basically being a news-ish channel, but as mainstream news is declining, people are looking to YouTube for their news so much more, and search volume is such an important driver. So Trump gets shot, and then 36 hours later, I bring Tim Kennedy on. Whatever it is, 72 hours later, I bring Mike Baker on. So I've got one Green Beret, one ex-CIA guy who's still involved in intelligence stuff. And it was nice or whatever that people are interested and that I have people that have got genuine expertise and we can talk about this sort of stuff. But it was almost in some ways a little bit disheartening how much those episodes blow up, because you think, oh, there's no reason. The episodes were great, but they didn't need to be great.
Right.
It was just something that was timely. And what's the most timely thing that you can do? Start drama and be involved in the drama and just keep talking about it back and forth. And if you look back,
I guess that's just human nature, right?
100%. It's
With
the most
tabloid.
It's the most important.
I don't know why we're like that, but we just love to see negative shit about
Well,
the human race.
there's some really interesting potential evidence about why the human brain grew to be as big as it did, which is that it wasn't so we could use tools correctly or so that we could remember the location of plants, but because when you have a 150-person tribe broken down into 30-person pods or whatever, for me to be able to remember Kyle and Kyle's relationship with Dean and the fact that Kyle and Dean used to be friends, but they're not anymore. And John has actually come in and John is now Kyle's best friend. So Dean's kind of feeling about that. When you start to scale that up is really computationally difficult, which is why you need a lot of ability. But it also means that that is so important and salient to you. Like I don't think humans are particularly good at working out, this is some dramatic social information that I need to pay attention to versus some dramatic social information that has absolutely nothing to do with me. It's just drama. Therefore, I must be able to pay attention. And therefore, it's going to pull me in. It's going to suck me in. And if you were to look back, I think, across your week's watch time history, your pie chart of that, I would doubt if anybody looks at the however many percent, 30%, 50% more, that they look at drama farming stuff and go, time well spent. Like, who's saying that? No one's saying that. Yeah. No one looks at it and goes, I'm really glad that I watched that Brianna chicken fry takedown summary video again for the third time that I've seen from 2 other different channels. But even beforehand.
that shit got crazy views, which is, I watched it.
Of course, we all watched it. You can't not watch it. It's like the black hole of content.
Yeah,
it just sucks you.
No, it's just human nature, I guess. I don't know why we like to see negative shit about each other.
A quick aside, traveling should be about the journey, not send it. Talking about YouTube and stuff, is it weird having Steve? I mean, we bumped into Steve this morning in the gym. How odd has it been playing that balancing game now?
It sucks, bro. I mean, you know, like Nelk's not the same without Steve. Like, there's no,
and you can't show him on YouTube.
There's no question about it. I mean, Steve will do it. He was like the biggest one in Nelk. I mean, like he was bigger than me, like at the time too. Like, so yeah, it's a very weird situation. I don't quite understand it. I mean, I guess he was banned for like putting a gambling link in his URL, but I don't know. I think that was just an excuse.
There's something deeper
to
going
be honest. Yeah, I mean, he was repping Trump pretty hard at the time, and that was a different time back then too. And then Steve is just like a lot of people, I don't know if people know, but he is one of the most like naturally like funny guys in like his own way. Like he has like very dark humor. And like I personally love his dark humor too. Like I think it's hilarious. But I guess there's just certain shit that you just can't say on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So I think YouTube was seeing like some of his dark humor shit, and they're like, this is a ticking time bomb waiting to happen. And one thing I've learned from YouTube too is YouTube doesn't like negative press
about
YouTubers. Yeah. YouTube, because that's gonna fuck their right. Like their advertisers don't like that press too. So I know we learned that during COVID. During COVID, we were like kind of traveling, still making videos, and we showed up to a college to film something, and we didn't even post anything ourselves. Like we just like went to the college and we were filming, but other people were taking Snapchats of us, and through that, it gained a huge crowd. So it looked. All the articles were YouTubers host mass gathering, YouTubers this, YouTubers that. And we got like a manual email from YouTube, which you never get. You always know when it's like automated, right? And this said like, hey, Nelk Boys, which is like, Nelk Boys is not even on our channel at YouTube at all. It's like Nelk. So, and it was a custom email that said, you guys need to watch your off-platform responsibility, which basically means like, we're giving you guys one last warning before we delete you. Or they're like, or your channel's deleted. So at that time, and we're like, Jesus, like we're walking on eggshells. So I think since I've had that experience, it's kind of at the end of the day, they're just trying to make money in that YouTube office, right? So if they're looking at Steve and they're saying this guy's making a bunch of crazy
Flying
jokes,
close to the sun.
probably flying in the sun. Steve flies in the sun.
Got straight through it.
Yeah, like his videos were hilarious. Like and the jokes that he makes are fucking hilarious.
Mhm.
So he was flying in the sun for sure, probably right in the center. And I think they just used the gambling thing as an excuse, to be honest. And then I think Steve knows he probably could have handled after the strategy of after getting deleted. He probably could have handled it
A bit more diplomatic.
a bit more diplomatic and strategic. But still, I think, for them to take his channel down is just all of them is fucking crazy. And then not only that, to tell us that we can't even have him in our videos.
So the editors
or our channel will be deleted.
The editors on the back end must permanently have this Steve filter.
Well, then now it's created this weird thing where it's like Steve also, when it's created this weird thing where Steve's around and he obviously wants, he wants Nelk to be successful too. And he wants Nelk to keep going. He's not the guy that's like, yo, put me in the shit. That's not him, right? Our ultimate goal with Steve, when I first met him, I feel like was to just kind of like help him and make him financially successful. And our main goal was to start this Happy Dad. So that's Steve and mine's ultimate goal is to build Happy Dad up into $1 billion company. So Steve wants obviously Nelk to be successful. He wants us to keep pushing Happy Dad.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah. All right, bye. Oh.
think that they at least need to start with letting him be in Nelk videos or something else. And it's weird because he'll go on other people's channels and like they won't pick on those channels. But for some reason, like why is it only us?
You were told specifically that he can't be in videos.
Yeah, we were told very specifically.
That's
on the
It's
phone.
like I know it's like somebody being unpersoned.
It's fucked. Yeah, and I think
you could even bring Tate on. You know,
Tate gets deleted on our shit too.
Okay,
which is weird.
Maybe you can't.
Yeah, Full Send Podcast Tate got deleted, but I know what you mean. Yeah, it's just
your Trump one got taken down as well, right?
The first one, yeah. But I think we need in closing to that, we need to like, they should let his channel come back. I think eventually, it's been long enough. And then to start, they should let him be in like, they don't let him be in Bradley Martin's content. Like it's fucked. Like they got to let him be on YouTube now. Like the culture's shifting now too. Like,
well, let's talk about
it's time to bring Steve back
the
on.
Zuckerberg Chad transformation.
Yeah.
I'm conflicted about this Zuck thing because part of me thinks moving in the right direction, nice to see a return to freedom of speech, etc. But another part of me thinks this is just blowing with the wind. You were cucked when the cucks were in office, and you're bigoted now the bigots are in office, like judgmentally. Only half joking. And I don't know. I get it. I get that people like the idea of it moving in the direction that they want, but it does seem like kind of a pretty thinly veiled, now that the free speech people are in power, will just do whatever they think is cool. Does no one see that? Like,
I see it. And I kind of saw it coming too. And like, I think that's what people don't get too, is like, at the end of the day, these are all companies that just want to make money. Like whether it's YouTube or Facebook, Meta, right? Like, I feel like it's not really a personal vendetta they have against these people. It's just like, they're sitting in a boardroom and they're trying to figure out how to make money, right? So they're going to follow the money. So now, like, obviously Zuck sees what's happening with X. He's smart too. And at the end of the day, it's a W for everyone. Like what was about to happen if Trump didn't win was fucking scary.
to go further down that road.
We were about to lose like free speech. Like I think we would have lost it completely. I mean, it's hard to imagine, but thank God, like he won, and the way that he won reflected where culturally we're at. But yeah, I think Zuck obviously.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% of students with a
He's probably sick of just getting chirped all the time too. At the same time too, right? Like Elon Musk gets to be the man and gets all this praise, and like
that is true.
Everyone's always ripping on Zuck, and Zuck's probably just like, "Fuck, I want to be the man too," like Elon.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it was very smart. I mean, there's no better person again to bring on than Dana. I think that's so smart because Dana's always going to be for the people. He loves social media too. Like he gets a kick out of just like seeing, like he's always showing us numbers and stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're sending like our biggest reels that do well and shit. So he understands social media, and then yeah, he's for the people. He's always going to be for free speech, like UFC's for free speech. So yeah, I think Zuck he had no choice. Right?
That transformation is crazy of his, visually, ideologically, in terms of the way that he presents.
Zuck?
Yeah. Crazy.
I know. I think it was just that. I think he just wanted to I think he just wants to be kind of cool, right?
Boys Club.
Yeah, he wants to join the boys club. We'll see. We'll let him in, right?
Yeah. Well, I'd say what's weird when you're thinking about the ecosystem of social media, that you don't have an equivalent front and center person on YouTube. You know, you don't have, I mean, is it still that Susanna lady?
Maybe Steve will do it soon.
Wow. I mean, that would be an absolute U-turn. But yeah, look,
yeah, she's gone.
I like the fact that
even
Facebook,
Twitch has someone now too, right? I
yes.
think.
Yes.
That older guy that's like, I think he's like the CEO or something.
Maybe.
But yeah, you're right. YouTube, that's interesting.
I like the fact that Facebook, and that obviously means downstream from that, WhatsApp and Instagram. Instagram's big. I'm still shadow banned. I've been shadow banned since the week before the election on Instagram for sharing. You remember Kamala Harris had the phone up and then showed it, and it was her camera?
Yeah.
I'm still, since then, whatever it is, down-regulated in feed, all of the little yellow orange circles on the back end, got tons of orange circles that I can't get rid of because it's a story, so I can't delete the thing, and it's because of the fact checkers. So the exact thing that they just brought up is the reason that I'm thinking that I am glad about, and overall it is a good thing, but I'm just a little, I don't know, skeptical about the purity of the motivations for why.
There's no purity. There's no purity. They're following the money. They have no choice. I mean, the election was like a reflection of where society's at. Like they have to be idiots not to like see like, holy shit, we got to adjust.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, it's a W for society.
Funny
and
that the two topics that they highlighted as well were gender and immigration. Probably the two most, at least from a campaign perspective, the two most aligned talking points when it came to what the candidates were driving home from ads, right? There was that ads that the Trump team, Kamala is for they, them, Trump is for you.
Yeah.
One of the most successful political ads in the recent history.
Right.
I think a third of their budget was spent on that one ad.
Wow.
Some absurd amount of the budget. And then immigration was, the flag that was planted in the ground by the Republican side as this is the thing that we're pushing back against.
Mm-hmm.
I think interesting that those are the two flashpoints that you're enabling now on Meta.
What do you mean they're enabling it?
Well, when they talked about these are the sort of topics, there were two topics that they specifically called out as being ones that would be, discussion would not be censored around as much. And it was gender and immigration. They also happened to be the two biggest talking points when it came to the campaign trail as well.
So that's a new thing they're doing, they just said?
It was part of the big announcement. Right. A couple of the guys, some representative went on Fox and was talking about it, but I think it's actually written in
if you're Zuck, you got to be like, he's obviously not an idiot, but you got to be a complete tool to not see where, like, he has no choice. Like, it's pretty obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and they're going to have to make all those adjustments. I mean, yeah, I don't know why people don't see it. People are just going to follow the money always, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm interested in what keeps driving you. You've mentioned proving people wrong is a part of it. But that only takes you so far. doing something for a decade, however many hundreds of uploads, thousands of uploads, including all of the shorts and all of the work and sourcing, creating, spinning something up internally. I don't think people realize just how much work that is.
Yeah.
What is it that keeps you motivated and keeps driving you forward after doing this for so long?
I mean, I really fucking like enjoy what we do, honestly. Like, I really do. And like, I'll go through waves of maybe there's a bad video or there's a bad moment on social media. But for the most part, like, I really love this shit. Like, I started doing this for fun, just making videos, uploading them, not making any money. And I was making like all types of videos, like I wanted to be a director when I was younger. So I was making like short films that were serious. I was making skits, and then we were doing pranks. I just loved creating, like thinking of something, filming it. I would edit it myself, post it, and then you get that. It's like entertaining, you get that reaction back from people saying they loved it. It's like a good feeling. So I don't think I've lost that whatsoever. Even our latest Nelk video, I was telling you, like the tribe video we did, it was just fun. Like the whole process from thinking of the idea to planning it, like getting on the call with Forrest and talking about doing it, to traveling there, to filming it. And then when we get home, sitting with the editors, editing it. And, we're choosing the music, we're choosing the font, we're choosing just the storyline, and then posting it and getting all that great feedback, watching the numbers go crazy. The entire process is fun. And I don't know what else I would be doing. I don't want to go back and work at the golf course. That's one thing. I do really love it. And then, obviously want to be like financially free. I think, I don't know if we can do Nelk forever. Maybe we can. Like, maybe it's like we have kids and we're still doing like dad's trips or some shit, and we're bringing the babies and stuff.
Happy dad in one hand, child in
exactly.
another.
There we go. Oh yeah, we're gonna definitely keep going. But yeah, it would be with Happy Dad. Our ultimate goal is to build it into $1 billion business. And yeah, so there's two sides to it. There's just the content, and then Happy Dad is our main.
What are you more passionate about at the moment?
I think I'm passionate about both equally. I think that's one thing that like my partner, like John, tells me too, is like, I can just switch from like a creative side to like a business side, like that, like with a light switch, So I love like being completely creative and like making a video. And then I also love getting strategic and like helping build a business. Mm-hmm. So it's almost like I have two hats that I get to wear, and I'm constantly switching them, which I think fucks with my mind a little bit too. And then sometimes I got to babysit all these fuckers too. Like, I don't know if you know Steiny, all these guys I'm too, but so there's a few different hats that I have to wear.
A quick note, I partnered with Function because I wanted a smarter, more comprehensive way to understand what's happening inside of my body. Twice a year, they run lab tests that monitor over 100 biomarkers, and their team of expert physicians will analyze the data and give you actionable advice to improve your health and lifespan. If you've been feeling a little bit sluggish, your testosterone levels might be the problem. They play a massive role in your energy and your performance, and being able to see them charted over the course of a year with actionable insights to actually improve them gives you a clear path to making your life better. Best of all, Dr. Andrew Cuban is their scientific advisor, and Dr. Mark Hyman is their chief medical officer, so you can trust that the data and insights you receive are as sound as they are actionable. Usually, getting these lab tests done would cost thousands, but with Function, it is only $500. And right now, you can get the exact same blood panels that I get and bypass their waitlist by going to the link in the description below or heading to functionhealth.com/modernwisdom. That's functionhealth.com/modernwisdom. That's a strange one, I suppose, that you made a name for yourself and still now sort of continue to as being the fun older brother, or I guess a younger brother, and then now older brother for most of your audience. Mm-hmm. But because you're the front man and the leader, and one that's under a lot of scrutiny and one that has to make a lot of the decisions and stuff like that, there's a sense of obligation as well. Mm-hmm. So balancing, I want to have fun with, I want to be the fun uncle, fun older brother type thing, with the, I also need to be the responsible leader, figurehead thing. That's something I feel
it never used to be like that too much, but now I find myself doing that more than ever.
But you're the boss.
I know, but I never, like, it gets annoying sometimes too, bro.
To be the buzzkill?
Yeah,
of course.
Like it's
Of course
like
it
it's
does.
like it's also like, just don't make me be a buzzkill. Like I don't want to have to like rip you a
But
new.
the reason,
I don't want to have
the
to
reason you're
fucking rip
stepping
you a
in
new
to
one.
do it is because you
Yeah.
haven't done the thing that I asked you to do.
But like, some people just don't learn unless you fucking rip them a new asshole. So it's like, it does frustrate me and it gets annoying. So now some things I just kind of let go. I'm kind of only focused on what affects Nelk. Like I've learned I also can't help everybody. I can tell you something once. I could tell you something twice. If you're going to keep doing it, that's going to be up to you. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like there's not enough time in my day to babysit everyone's personal lives. I get like, I don't know, I care about people that are close to me a lot too. So I try to help people as much as I can. But yeah, there's only so much time in a day. At the end of the day, people are going to do what they kind of want to do.
Yeah, there's a few. I think Elon's probably a pretty good example of this. But I read sci-fi and novels and stuff like that, and in those books, a lot of the time, the person that's the figurehead, that's usually the protagonist in the book or whatever, you get to observe inside of their own mind the price that they need to pay in order to be a leader, the fact that they need to do things or say things or make sacrifices. Ernest Shackleton, the guy who attempted an Antarctic crossing in the sort of 1910s, he had so many self-doubts that he wrote in his diary. He had so much concern and didn't know if people were going to survive, didn't know if they were going to be able to make it through multiple Antarctic winters. And you sort of see him writing these things down in his diary and then stepping out there to put on this brave face that inspires everybody around him. And it's kind of interesting, the unique cost that a leader has to pay in order to keep driving something forward. And there are sort of certain very unique challenges that only maybe even within an organization, maybe only two people or one person or a couple of, very, very small group of people actually have to deal with. And everybody else kind of gets to come along for the ride. Everybody else gets to be coached along. And main character energy and sort of assuming that you're the most important person in the story is kind of how everybody sees their life, right? Everybody sees their world as the main character. But if you actually look at anybody else's world, at best, you're a side character. At best, you're like some ancillary dude that came in partway through. But if you really want to be that main character, if you like the idea of being the leader, if you like the idea of being a figurehead, the person that's driving this thing forward, there will be prices that you need to pay. Very, very particular, unique, lonely prices that you can put a brave face on it or you can grin about it as much as you want. But ultimately, there is a lot of shit to eat.
Yeah.
And you are going to have to eat it.
100%. It comes with the territory. I would never complain about it. It just, that's something kind of that I've had to deal with more recently as our business has grown. As like you said, the stakes are higher now. There's more responsibility. So back then when we're just fucking around and we were, now it's the stakes are higher. So there's a lot more
on the line.
There's a lot more on the line.
What's the toughest part of your job?
I don't want to sound like a bitch or like complaining because like I'm so fucking grateful for like my life and my job and stuff. But I mean, if there's one thing that just burns me out, maybe it's just traveling like a lot all the time. The lack of a routine and like structure that can burn me out. Like if we're traveling all the time. Back when we were probably like drinking a lot and partying, that was starting to burn me out a lot. Starting to lose it a little bit maybe, but
how so?
Not like lose it, but just, I mean, as you get older, bro, too, we were talking about it too. Like, bro, I obviously just I can't drink like I can't drink like I used to. Like, obviously when I'm 21, I didn't even know what a hangover was. I'm 30 now, so I get hung like a fucking, it feels like I got hit by a bus, So I think it's that too. So when if we're like traveling and drinking a lot too, that can burn me out. I love having a routine too. Like when I'm in Miami and I'm just on my shit, like just exactly what we did this morning, dialed, working out. That feels really, really good to me now. The older I get, I think the simple things just become more and more important. And just taking care of yourself, keeping your mind right. So if there's one thing, it's just that. It's just the traveling sometimes burns you out.
But do you lose motivation or do you get have low points. It seems like you have this sort of quite upbeat mentality a lot of the time. Not only that that's your disposition, but also that you need to be that for everybody else. They're going to look to you.
Yeah.
Well, Kyle's got to bring the vibe to this thing.
Yeah.
But
I think
yeah,
I definitely lose. I think I lose motivation sometimes. I mean, I think everyone goes through points where, yeah, maybe you just get low, or you kind of question like, oh, do I want to do this? Like, what's the point of this anymore? You know, I've gone through phases like that where it's just like, yeah, you're just like, why do I need to do this? You know, what if? But I think those are just like little funks that everybody has, and you kind of just gotta break out of them, and you gotta kind of like look at stuff from like an outside perspective too. Yeah, I think I'm so grateful to have this life and like everything I've built. So if you think about other people's lives or what they have or what their problems are compared to yours, I find that's like a great thing I do sometimes. Just whenever you're complaining about something, like really take a look at what you're complaining about compared to other people's problems.
Mhm.
So anytime I find myself in a funk, I'll kind of just think of that and be like, yo, this is my problem compared to like someone else's problem. Like, look around me, look what I've got, not even material wise. Like, I have a great family, I have fucking great friends, I have a great life. Like, some people don't have that. So all the stuff you kind of take for granted sometimes, not everyone has.
How much do you rely on the sort of group around you? Do you think you could do this?
Everything.
You couldn't do this on your own?
Nah, the group we have right now is like really, really solid. Like, obviously I have Gabe, who's like my assistant. Like, that guy's
lifesaver.
He's the best. Like, we've become best friends too. And he's like, there's no one better than him in anything. Yeah, I mean, Osgod, who edits all our videos, Sean Haney, Brett, Judd. There's just like a whole crew of like, our whole team is just like so good. And I think that's what's, as we get bigger and bigger, that's what's really important, is like having this team. It's never a one-man army for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, now like the crew we have, it's like we're all great friends. We hang out, like we work out, we party. So
I was telling you,
team's key.
I've been spending more time around bands, and I think a lot of what is happening in new media is reinventing what already happened in old media. So there's ad breaks, right? And sometimes there's little transition sounds between ads, and there's regular guests that come up, and sometimes there's segments. And so it's like all of this existed in radio, all of this existed in TV. But when I was thinking about how people that travel a lot, like what is an existing artistic endeavor or project that has some degree of travel in it, some degree of sort of difficult sleep and wake schedule. Maybe there's some partying, there's a obligation for performance, all of this stuff.
Mhm.
Like, well, comedians and bands are two good examples of this.
Yeah.
So I've been looking quite closely at how bands sort of maintain their motivation. And one of the fascinating things around that is you can have somebody who is an amazing musician who would perform phenomenally on stage that the audience might love, but they're a shit hang. And or vice versa. There's someone that's an amazing hang, that's great for the morale behind the scenes, but can't deliver what they need to do when it comes to this. And basically my point being that even with comedians, a lot of them will have some sort of tour manager or a warm-up act that goes with them. And yeah, sure, the TM's got a job to do, checking into the hotel, dealing with delays, etc. The warm-up act's got a job to do. They need to make sure that the crowd is nice and ready for you to come on stage, and they'll give you a hand. But what are they really there for? They're there for morale. They're there to keep your vibe good.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's something that I, being the solopreneur type degen thing, working away in his room in solitude for a long time, I think that's a lesson that I kind of overlooked. That I've done this on my own for, 7 years now. I don't need anyone. Like, fuck it, I'll just keep doing this. And you go, yeah, you're gonna get yourself to the stage where you need to lean on other people, because your tank's gonna be empty. And yeah, that's something, especially observing you guys and seeing how important that group dynamic is, and everybody's here. It's your house.
Yeah.
Right? our house.
Yeah.
But everybody's in here.
Yeah,
Everybody's there for the hang.
It's unorthodox.
Something blows up. You know, someone's coming for you. Someone's criticizing you. They're there to help support you. Something goes well. They're there to celebrate it with you. And
Thank you.
we
Yeah, I feel
glorify the
kinda
sort
sick.
of Sigma male Lone
I'll
Ranger.
be back
I'm going to
tomorrow.
do it on my own thing.
Yeah.
That syrup fucked
I
me
don't
up.
think that that's the best way to do it, to enjoy the good times, and I don't think it's the best way to do it to weather the bad times either.
I agree. Yeah, no, the crew we have right now is like we're all just friends. So it's like, yeah, we celebrate the good times, we battle through the bad times. And yeah, there's a lot of like, it's like a friend group.
Sounds
So it's
good,
like you're
Rob Top.
working
Thank
and
you.
you're also having fun. So some things aren't done the most professionally, but I think that's always been the magic of Nelk and like what we've created. Like you never, even sometimes maybe we got a little bit too corporate and stuff too. Like that never works. I don't think. Like for content, like we got an office in OC for a bit, and not that it like killed our content for anything. It was just like waste of money for Nelk. Happy Dad completely took over that office because they needed the space anyway. But for us, it's way better for me. Like now the editing office you saw is like right over there. I don't want to drive to the office every day. Like this is the way that we've always done it. It's like I wake up, I can just go walk over there after the cold tub and be like, what's good? How's the video looking, boys? And I can just go sit with them for 10 minutes and we just like, boom, we just did like 2 hours worth of work, like as I was coming back to like shower.
Yeah, it's funny, the need for Slack and calls and check-ins and updates and where are we at, project management.
I think that works in a business, obviously, like these businesses, obviously you need that. But I think in a creative business and obviously filming or a YouTube crew, any of that typical shit, I find it doesn't work. You got to do it your way. You got to keep it fun. You got to keep good energy.
Yeah.
You know, the second people don't want to be there, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, it's a really interesting challenge, and it's part of the thing that people don't see where behind the scenes, the energy that you bring to something. This is something that Rogan's got so right. It's so seamless. Like going and working, like he has just removed all of the friction. There is zero friction involved in his entire process, and the team that he's got around him and the guys that he likes hanging with are just fire.
Yeah.
You know, he's got his little squad and you turn up at the studio and he doesn't need to think at all about anything that's going on. He gets to turn up and do his thing and then he goes away and nothing saps that energy from him. And I think that, yeah, observing you guys, I've learned a lot from sort of seeing how you've held that energy together. And I think it's really impressive. And obviously as well, the proof's in the pudding. You've kept going for 10 years. So it evidently works.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long ass journey for sure.
What would you like to do next? Like what's from a content perspective, from a business perspective?
This year, I'm pretty fucking motivated right now.
Me too.
I think, yeah, I mean, I think last year I got a little bit comfortable maybe for a couple different reasons. But I think this year, even just after the reaction of our last video, like the Nelk channel is so unique what we have. Like even the videos at like 5 mil or something, like it's a lot of views for a YouTube video. Not a lot of people are getting views like that in our genre. Obviously Mr. Beast gets like crazy numbers, but for our like genre, like that's awesome to me. So, and I had such a great time doing that. So a lot of people have been asking for us to like upload more, which I want to
slightly tough if you're going to an uncontacted tribe.
Yeah. But I want to get back into like trying to do a lot more Nelk videos for sure. And then keeping the podcast going too. We, next week we're going to UFC LA. So we're going to do like a pod with all those guys. And we got a couple good guests in the works. And then we got the inauguration. So we'll have a lot of good guests.
Are you able to film at the inauguration?
We're trying to. We want to try to make an inauguration video for Nelk, but we'll see. It might
who gets to go with you? Because you must have a limited number of tickets. You can't just bring everybody.
It'll be me and Steiny, and then it'll be Osgod, our filmer, and then probably Gabe. Gabe will be in charge of suits.
He's in charge of suits. He's dressing you.
He wants to be in charge of suits, though.
Gabe, are you in charge of suits?
It's not like a job we throw on him.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, that'll be cool. But yeah, no, this year we just want to kill it with content. Shorts, Nelk, full send pod.
How do you come to think about what makes a good Nelk video, or what makes a good piece of content in general?
The first thing we'll think of is, I guess you think of it at the same time, but what's going to make a good video, obviously, but then you have to think of a good title and thumbnail. I mean, you know how it works, but that's the main thing. So if you think of a good idea, then the next thing you think of is, okay, well, what's the title and thumbnail? And then if we can't think of that, you don't really have a full concept, you know? What makes it is the title and thumbnail, and then actually good quality
Delivering
content. Yeah. But title and thumbnail is everything on YouTube, right? I mean, that's the very first thing you should kind of be thinking about. And yeah, just what's going to be digestible to like a large audience. Our whole team likes getting views too. Like, I think that's what we want to make a video, and what's going to get the most hype, what's going to get the most fucking views. Like, that's what really motivates like me, Salim, Steiny, everybody on our team. What's just going to like make noise. So
what's the watch time on a 40-minute vlog for you guys? Do you know?
I'm not a fucking huge YouTube analytics guy, honestly. I let like our guy Judd's like super into that. Like, he'll be like, bro, this short had fucking 110% retention. I'm like, dude, yeah. Like, I'm not a huge YouTube analytics guy, but yeah.
Lots of completion though.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there's I wish that there was a way that we could see more sentiment on YouTube than just click through and watch time. And I guess likes kind of contribute a little bit to that, and comments kind of contribute. But
getting
really,
a lot of likes is nice too.
It is good.
It doesn't do shit, I tell the audience, but it fires the whole team up.
Yeah.
Like, to just see like a lot of likes.
Yeah, this isn't going to make it go any further, but
It doesn't
thank
do
you.
shit,
It
but
makes
thanks.
everybody in the office
it fires
feel
everyone
good.
up.
Yeah, I wish there was this idea that Twitter had, X, I guess, about golden hearts or super likes, I think they were called. And what they had was, you maybe got 3 per week or 1 per week. And it meant that because there was a limited number that you had to use, you had to be really selective about what you gave it to. But that meant it was a really big deal. You know, like on Reddit, you can kind of gift people stuff.
YouTube should do more shit like that, right?
It would be so good.
Because they've lost like that. I don't know. Like, yeah, there's not really that much point of even having an account that much, right? Like before, it was all about subscribers, and you know, you would subscribe to people. Like, it kind of sucks now too. I don't know if you noticed, but it's a lot harder to gain subs now, right?
Way harder. And
I mean, there's no
numbers,
point of subscribing to someone.
No, because if you watch 3 videos in a row from the same creator, whether you've subscribed or not, you're now going to be delivered that.
YouTube used to be all about your subscriptions.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like the fact that
they need to bring like a Dana White on for like, they should do something like that. They should bring someone on and like add some stuff like that.
I wonder if they'll follow suit. I mean, we've certainly seen, you know, the person that broke through was Elon, with then what he changed with regards to Twitter into X, and now with Meta as well. I wonder if that's going to put some pressure on YouTube, and that would be great to sort of.
I think X has been putting pressure on YouTube
because they've got the video uploads.
Yeah, I know. I mean, John is pretty tight with. He helps out a lot with X, and yeah, they're definitely what Elon's doing is putting pressure on every other social media network, you know, because they have to follow suit. I've actually even noticed YouTube is, and I want to give credit to YouTube because we shit on them a lot, but at the end of the day, YouTube is fucking great, and they've been a lot more lenient. I've noticed. I've noticed since X, I don't think we've gotten like an age restriction in like a long ass time. We used to upload everything age restricted. Like now, like I noticed, I think it was during the time of X2, like we would do a podcast with like Donald Trump Jr. and like he's just going off about like trans and stuff like that. Like usually that would be like, yo, an absolute no-go, and just like no age restriction, no nothing. So I started to really notice like YouTube they're following suit as well. Like they're gonna have to follow the money. Everyone's gonna have to follow the money. I've noticed they've been way less picky on us.
Yeah, they rolled back the language policy thing that they brought in about a year or 18 months ago or so. It was within the first 2 minutes of a video, and we're going through and thinking, oh God, someone said shit within this time. We've got to get rid of that. Found out that the C word is just an instant demonetization, no matter how deep it can be. an hour and a half into a 3-hour-long video. It's like you're getting popped.
Yeah.
But how much are you tracking this world of Kick and Twitch and Rumble and whatever the other ones are, streaming stuff? Because I kind of see
it's huge, right?
Uh-huh.
I watch it, and like even like some people on our team are like, should we do this? Should we stream? I just think that, I don't know, streaming is that's a big commitment, you know? And I think too, like back in the day when we were younger and we were drinking 5 times a week to make a video every week, I think we probably could have competed in that streaming space. But the amount of work that these guys are putting in now for content, I mean, they're streaming, 6 days a week?
10 hours, 8 hours.
Like Kai Cenat too. He's like, 21? Like he's fucking, yeah, they're putting in a lot of work. Streaming's not the type of thing that you can just do it once a week. Like you got to be streaming 30 to whatever hours a week. So I just know how content gets done on the Nelk side. It's a little more wilder. There's drinking involved, and there's
things that need to be cut out.
There's things that, yeah, that's a whole different story. Yeah, a live stream with Nelk, depending on the video, would be, yeah, we might be fucked on that, honestly. But yeah, it's just it's a grind for sure. And I think if in like 2017, I think we would have been able to like destroy that space for sure. Like when we were just young and not even thinking. But I don't know. I just like the YouTube stuff. I like making more of like a finished product and like polishing our videos. And I just love the style that we do.
Who is it that's orchestrating the stuff behind the scenes? Like you say, hey, it would be great if we went to go and see an uncontacted Amazonian tribe.
Yeah.
But flights need booking and licenses to get filming rights and the kit needs organizing.
I'll probably like,
Taxes was waiting and wondering and worrying. Now Taxes is matching with a TurboTax expert who does everything for you. Who can do your taxes in a day. So you can get up to $4,000 instantly. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
I'll probably mostly like think of the ideas, or we just have a group chat with everyone too that we're just always spitballing shit. But yeah, I'll press play on the video and tell them like, all right, we all like this idea. Everyone like it. All right, boom, we're doing it. And then we have a producer, Griffin. He used to do some stuff on like the Eric Andre show. He's a beast. And then Gabe too. Gabe and Brett, they'll do all the flights, all the logistics. So my job now is like, I press play and I dish it off to them. And they're all on top of logistics. Austin and Sean will handle any video. But it couldn't have always been that way. No, we used to do everything back in the day. I mean, I used to edit the videos myself back in the day. So I've had a hat. I was my own assistant back in the day. Like if there was a prop that needed to get it, I would have to go to 3 different Halloween stores to find the costume. So I've like played all those hats that everyone's doing now. So I kind of know what needs to be done. That's why when I'm hiring them too, I'm kind of
scrutinizing very closely.
I know exactly what needs to be done in each situation. But no, we have a fucking all-star team. So when we press play on a video, it's like bang, bang, bang. There's like no bullshit. That's one thing like Gabe knows too. There's no bullshit when it comes to like videos. Like we did a Bachelor video recently with Steiny as the Bachelor, and that was like huge budget. We did like 5 days. We did like Miami, Nashville, and Cancun, and it was just like completely dialed to a T. So that's one thing I have no complaints about is our video process is like 10 out of 10. That's why I'm just like, yo, we got to run this shit up on Nelk.
Yeah. Because you've got the systems in place.
We have the system, and it's just like such a powerful channel. People want more videos. I'm fired up.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Dude, I appreciate the fuck out of you.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It really is. It's cool to see what you're doing. I love seeing someone that's passionate about what they do and is able to scale it and get out of their own way and just hand stuff off. And yeah, I'm excited to see what 25 has in store for both of us.
Let's crush it this year.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Let's go.
Any more drops? Any other shit that people need to check out?
Not really. Just watch us this year. I mean, I just talked a big game, so everyone watching. If we don't do it, come chirp me. Come give me shit. Stay on our asses. I love it. Yeah.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for tuning in. If you enjoyed that episode with Kyle, my full-length 3-hour-long conversation with the one and only Alex Hormozi is waiting for you right here. Come on. Press it.
Ooh, that's bright. Are we ready, Matt? All right, g'day and welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see, who came from out of Ohio? Amazing, amazing. Who came from Texas? Happy Independence Day, Texas. Anyone come from out of country? No, you did not. Not for this. You're like, no, I came when I was a child, but still out of country. You did, where did you come from? Oh, terrific, they let you in. Well, there you go, great to have you. Well, this is going to be a fantastic night, and I'm really grateful that all of you being here. I wanted to just kind of give a shout out to two people who have done just so much to make this event possible. The first is my amazing assistant, Melanie. You guys know how I talk about Melanie on the show? That's Melanie up the back. She's amazing. Best assistant ever. If you ever leave, I'm going with you. And also to Thursday, our new producer, who has worked really hard to get this all together. So also he's single, ladies. So if you're single, he's single, maybe we could make that happen. Okay, so thank you to Thursday. I want to let people know too that immediately after this debate, the two debaters will be here for no more than 15 minutes, because immediately after that, we're going to have a locals meetup at my cigar lounge on 4th Street. So if you do go up and see the debaters after the debate, feel free to get a photo, have your book signed, but please don't ask them deep theological questions, because they don't have time for that. We need to whisk them away so they can smoke cigars and drink whiskey, unless they don't want to. Not sure about your Baptist credentials there, Gavin. I want to say thank you too to Franciscan University of Steubenville for hosting this debate. Also, if you have cell phones, please turn them off. Don't be lame and silence them. Turn them off. You'll be fine. All right, this is going to be a fantastic debate, and I think it's going to be fantastic because of the two debaters that I've selected. They're both brilliant, right? Scary, smart dudes, but they're both, I think, men of goodwill. And I'm sure both of them want to win tonight's debate, but I truly believe, having known both of them, I know Trent obviously a lot more than Gavin, that they really want to follow the truth wherever it leads. And I also ask that no matter where you are on this issue, that you keep an open mind. I think it was Aristotle who said it's the mark of an intelligent person to be able to entertain an idea without having to accept it. So try to entertain it, because at the very least, even if you leave holding the same view that you currently hold, hopefully you'll do a better job at not straw-manning the Protestant or Catholic position next time you talk about this issue of Sola Scriptura. All right, a couple of bios. Gavin Ortlund serves as a senior pastor of First Baptist Church of, how do you say it? There, Ojai, in Ojai, California. He holds a PhD in historical theology from Fuller Theological Seminary. He is the author of 8 books, including Why God Makes in a World That Doesn't, Why God Makes Sense in a World, because this bio doesn't, yeah, good, all right. Why God Makes Sense in a World That Doesn't. We'll be selling those books out there, so please pick one up. And Retrieving Augustine's Doctrine of Creation, as well as numerous academic and popular articles. He runs the YouTube channel Truth Unites, and he is married with 5 children, crushing it. Please give it up for Gavin, and then I'll do Trent's bio as well. All right. Yeah. Thanks for being here. It's a big deal. Like just flying today is brutal, let alone leaving 5 children on a busy schedule. So thank you. All right, Trent, after his conversion to the Catholic faith, he his degrees in the fields of theology, philosophy, and bio. Serves as a staff apologist for Catholic Answers and podcast The Council of Trent. He is an adjunct professor of apologetics at Holy Apostles College, has written for the National Catholic Bioethics Quarterly, and is the author of 9 books, including Answering Atheism, The Case for Catholicism, and Why We're Catholic, Our Reasons for Faith, Hope, and Love. Let me tell you the format for tonight's debate. So since Gavin will be taking the affirmative, that is saying, yes, Sola Scriptura is true, he'll begin with a 15-minute opening statement, and then Trent will have a 15-minute opening statement. Then we'll move into 7-minute rebuttals, then 4-minute rebuttals, and then we're going to move into a time of 20 minutes of cross-examination each, followed by 30 minutes of Q&A, and I'll let you know how that's going to go as we get closer. And then we'll conclude with 5-minute closings each. All right, so without any further ado, I'd like to invite Gavin up to give his opening speech. Thank you.
Okay, let me start by just giving a huge thank you to Matt Fradd and everyone at Pints with Aquinas for hosting this debate, and to Trent for participating. I really do admire Matt and Trent in so many ways, and I hope that all of the non-Protestants out there, that you'll feel the love and respect in my heart for you, even while we disagree about this topic. Let me dive right in, hoping you can hear me okay, by stating my essential argument. 1, the Bible is an infallible rule for the church. 2, there is no other infallible rule for the church. 3, therefore, the Bible is the only infallible rule for the church, which is the doctrine we call sola scriptura, as it's been defined in historic magisterial Protestant documents, and as we've agreed to define it for this debate. So the logical structure of this argument would be comparable to saying, 1, planet Earth has life. 2, no other planet in our solar system has life. 3, therefore, Earth is the only planet in our solar system with life. Now, I suspect that Trent and I will have a general agreement that the Bible is an infallible rule. By the way, a rule just means a standard that governs the church's faith and practice, and infallible means incapable of error. Where Trent and I will likely differ is on point 2. Does the church possess any other rule than the scripture that is infallible? Now, that is what this debate is about. It's not about Calvinism. It's not about me as a Baptist. It's about the location of infallibility for the church's rule. And I want to emphasize this point for just a moment, because debate about sola scriptura is sometimes misframed. For example, sola scriptura is sometimes misrepresented as the idea that the Bible is the only authority. But infallibility and authority are different. For example, the umpire at a baseball game has authority to make a definitive call on whether the pitch is a ball or a strike, but he's not infallible. He can be wrong. When you think about it, almost 99% of authorities are fallible. That doesn't mean they're not real authorities. Sola Scriptura does not deny ecclesial authorities, whether in the form of creeds, catechisms, confessions, councils, etc., but it maintains that they are not infallible and thus subordinate to Scripture, but they still have real authority. For example, my ordination vows have real authority over me. I could lose my ministerial credentials if I opposed them. My Hey, Chops. I feel so sick. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh. I'm so sick. Fuck.
Oh. My stomach's so fucked up. Ugh. Fuck. Oh. Fuck, it's at 2%? Oh. Ah.
My stomach. Oh. Got it. Oh, for those of you just tuning in, I drank a bottle of maple syrup all at once. We got the clip, and my stomach is fucked. I am so sick. Did we get the clip? Yeah. But sometimes you got to listen to your body. Hey, Chubby Bear. I love you, buddy. Yeah, get under there, baby. Oh, right on the fucking stomach that I just said hurts like a motherfucker. Nice one, Chubs. I'm so sick. Oh. What the fuck?
Yeah, dude. Hey, I'm sick, but yeah, I saw it. I'm monitoring it. I don't know, dude. I'm gonna meet him though. Yeah. I don't remember who it was. Okay, will do. I'll look back. All right, later. Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Holy shit. For those of you that don't know, I drank a bottle of maple syrup, and that was stupid, and that sucked. Okay. Oh.
Ah. Oh. Oh. Come here, Deshaun. Oh, hey, baby. Oh, get under there. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Ah. Fuck, my stomach hurts. Make it feel better. I feel like I'm having a hot flash, Chubbs. Mm.
Oh. Oh. Hopefully, wake up feeling better. Mm. 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 Mhm. Mm. Mm.
Come here. Good boy, Chubbs. Good, Chad.